Дорогие коллеги, доброе утро. Рада всех приветствовать.
Good morning, dear colleagues. We're glad to welcome all of you. So, we'll be starting gradually. Our section is called Methods of Preservation of Organic Archaeological Materials. And the first report will be delivered by me, by Gerve Maria Borisovna, the restoration of the ornamented charred wood from archaeological excavations of Middle Asia, from settlement of Sanjar Shah. I'm the restorer of the monumental restorer of arts and of paintings.
Археологическое изучение Средней Азии начинается.
So the story in the Middle Asia starts in the 30th after the World War II. The work appeared again, and it became that was the golden age, really, in the 50s for the excavations there. The cities are studied on the historical map. We get the whole states appearing on the archaeological map. The ancient Penji Kent is related to Sokt. The ancient Penji Kent is located in the Zarafshan River valley, 60 kilometers away from Samarkand. Penji Kent, that's the Sagdi city that exists in 5th to 8th centuries. They were rich tradesmen that are founding their cities in the northern Asia, and the study of it, so its uniqueness, the opening of a huge amount of arts contained there. So we found hundreds of ornaments, and there were so
1, 2, 3. Okay.
So amazing stuff, especially for it in Hermitage. We have developed the methods with polybutyl methacrylate. Many of you are familiar with it, and it was created for them. But rich Sagdians were decoring their houses. There was ornamented wood used as well. There are no big forests in Middle Asia, and the trees used for the construction of wood, they're specially grown. We can see a really good attitude towards the wooden structures. We can see the wooden and ornaments. In the same way the situation was in the medieval ages. You can see the reconstruction of the traditional hall, like the Gala hall in the Penji Kent. It's 10 by 6 meters in dimensions. They had a wooden ceiling supported by 4 columns, and we can judge on that only because in Penji Kent the objects from the organic materials, well, they do not preserve. Another reconstruction, a colored reconstruction, that's how it was supposed to look. Very beautiful, very ornamented. That's we see. These are inlays for wooden slabs. In the majority of archaeological environments, the wood is not preserved. Archaeologists can find the empty spots. In the 8th century, the region is suffering from conquering of Arabs, and people left the cities, and the rich states ceased to exist. So conquering of the city was accompanied by fires, and if the wood was destroyed, and such charred wood is well preserved in the cultural layer. Among the remains of the charred wooden aspects in the ornamented wood. We have found set and separate sets of the decorations, and there are layers of the local fires. Since the very first years of the studies of the settlement of Penjakent, restorers from Hermitage worked. So the study of this city started since 1946. There's always an expedition. There's a restorer of our lab, of the monumental, so from the Hermitage. And if we're there, then the restorers of monumental paintings, where the new types of archaeological findings appears. These are the first finds in the 70s, and the restorer had a task to develop new methods to preserve them. Later down the line, this method of treatment of charred wood, it was used on other archaeological objects found in the Middle Asia, and such findings, they're not a single one. However, we don't see them quite often, and yesterday we have heard the report on one of such findings on Kafr Kaleh and Shahristan findings, and in Penjakent. The majority of it we found in Penjakent. Number of fragments I will show you. There are quite many of them actually that was found, for you just to understand what we're talking about. There are ornamentals. There are the ones telling some stories. Another fragment. The recent big find of the charred wood was found on Sanjar Shah settlement. It's 12 kilometers away from Penjakent. It is north of Tajikistan. So it was explored for like 15 years, but until the recent times, we researched residential as well. No finding of arts, none of the ornamented wood. In 2019, in the two premises on the corridor going to the archaeologists have disclosed the charred wood, and the work in those areas was stopped because the expedition didn't have its own restorers. And this is a friendly, the expedition was a friend to the Penjakent expedition, but it was not related to Hermitage. There are two restorers only in Tajikistan that deal with ceramics and steel, but they don't deal with wood, and they don't deal with arts, and there are no other restorers, so the works were stopped at a time. Small fragments that the archaeologists have found. They were consulting with me. They have fixed it, and they concealed it. In 2021, they renewed the works, restarted the works, and the initial task on Sanjar Shah settlement, that was to unveil more charred wood and another fragment they have found. So, as I've said, the Hermitage restorers were invited, who worked in the Penjakent. That was myself, and two ladies assisted me. One was the lady student from the Moscow University, the restorer of the Stroganov Institute, and another student from Tashkent. She is now the aspirant of St. Petersburg Institute of Restoration, and with such an international team for 1.5 years, we were dealing with it. The complexity of it is that it's all covered with coal from the fire and the big slabs from the ceiling. So it's like a mix, an absolute porridge from various burnt objects, big ones and small ones. And the big ones so supporting slabs without any ornaments. There are ornaments. So it's a complete mixture that we had to deal with. The main complex aspect here with charred wood is that the work on cleaning and fixation has to be done very, very rapidly because it dries out and it just disappears. And especially it is related to the ornaments. So the restorer starts cleaning it when all the materials for fixing are prepared in advance. So you have a small fragment when we have found it and cleaning of it. Yeah, you can see that it's carved wood. It is done with a fine knife and a brush, and to make it easier, the soil, if it's dry, it's pulverized. It's done with paraffin, wax, regular wax from candles. We just purchase them, we break them. And the white is like, this is the threads from the candles. So you can purchase it in any shop. The temperature is 45 to 60 degrees, so it melts very easily. So we use gas, and our predecessors, our colleagues, they were dealing with open fire. Wax can penetrate different depths depending on the temperature. The higher the temperature, the deeper it goes into the cracks. Consequently, so we vary it. It is if the fragment is thick and we see it, consequently we hit wax higher so that the first layer is deposited, penetrates more and kind of connects the charred wood. If it's very fine, if it's thin, then one pouring is enough. It's either done with a spoon or with a brush, like in here. When the face is completely cleared and it's fixed, so we dig out on the sides, also fix it, and we glue it on top with muslin and fix it with wax as well. We have to wait a little bit up. We do it so that it solidifies. If the fragment is big, so we did our best to leave it overnight, and so that it's fixed very well and that we can take it out from the work. The fragment was small and everything was done quite big. Then with the knives we kind of dig it out and cut it out from the soil and take it out. In the same manner, we treat the back of it, we clean it, we fix it with wax, candle wax, and do the same. Very often, the complex panels, it's impossible to clear them in one time, to preserve them. While the work is being performed in the middle part, then the end dries, whereas the other one is not yet open. In such a situation, we're doing it in sections, like unveil one part. It can take a number of days sometimes. That does not allow us a unified, beautiful picture, especially.
Но первостепенно для нас, конечно, сохранение.
Well, the most important for us is to preserve the fragment without any losses. So beautiful pictures can be taken at the later stages. So the fragment you can see here. On the left, it is already a fixed part. That's the fragment that was found by archaeologists in 2019. It was stored for like 2 years in the land, and then we continued. So the length is 140. So yeah, it was cleared not in one day, and it waited for us for like 2 years. part of the unveiled details, they're facing down, like it can be on the wall, if it was on the wall or on the ceiling before when they were falling down, they're facing downwards. So the fragment facing downwards, we were able to see that there's ornaments inside, and in this case we start with the reverse surface and then we turned it around. So that was the slab with the ornaments on two sides, and the same. One is cleaning and the second one fixed it, and that's the unveiled one, and we can see that it is ornamented from two sides, and the fixture continues. The total length was 125 centimeters. In summer, it's extremely hot in the Middle Asia, so we have to create the shadow and position a tent, because the wood just degrades very rapidly on the open sun, and it's difficult for us to see anything because the sun is way too bright. When there's a big volume of work, we work all the day round, but the best hours are in the morning and in the evenings. So that is the shadow that we create. After field restoration works have been complete, so we impressed all of the details so that we can put them into the scientific turnover without waiting for the end of the treatment. We cannot bring bring outside of the country, so all of the fragments, they stay with the Museum of Tajikistan, and they expect on the further restoration. Consequently, to come to the lab to get some result, we cannot get it, so we had to do at least such an option, and to draw it like that. And in this case, there's a fragment that we have found in 2019 in the first part of the photograph. It is the photograph of the 2019, two other fragments. This is how we cleaned it in 2021, done stage by stage, and then in the Photoshop, maintaining the scale, I have joined those photos, and on the joint photo I did a sketch. This is the longest find of 140 centimeters. That is on the upper photo, and the smaller fragments. So we had two premises. There was a walkway and there was a hall. And the walkway really enjoyed us because we found the ornamented goats. These two fragments, they were fencing down and they were taking out if is there an ornament or not. So, but we check every fragment where something can be. We wax it, we turn it around, and that was a great gift, really. You can see the head of the goat, right? A great ornament, and it was well preserved. And I guess a very skilled master did it, and it's very pleasant to work with such fragments. Another long rod with either goats or sheep. It's impossible to see anything in the photo because we cannot light it in a specific way on the field. It was facing down, and after that we turned it around, and you can find the details on it. we had the pods with well-preserved ornaments, and that's the fragment of two pylons of the ceiling falling down. They are both ornamented. One is in the better condition, the other one isn't. So I have decided to split them, and everything was fixed by architects and archaeologists, their position on all of the fragments. So I have decided to remove them separately, and the second one is having the similar ornament. That's how it looks. We have, and in such a way we have provided it to the Museum of Penjakan. This can be stored for like 70 or 50 years just if the conditions are maintained, or conditions of storage, that there are no high temperatures, there is no sun. They're just there, awaiting for now, because it's not quite clear who will be dealing with them, because it's very difficult to take them out of the country. Then a couple of words what has to be done with them. Then what do we do with them in the labs? That is the fragment from Penjakan, similar stuff. They're now in the storage of the Hermitage. They were brought out before the 1991, when we could bring the things for the restoration. And then we were passing them back to the local museums. So we, with a fan, we melt candle wax, and it's not quite suitable for the long storage. And to museify it, a more solid thing here that we use is a mixture of wax and pitch. So the deformation, cracks. At this stage, we can correct some stuff, like to even out the ornaments, to remove deformations, and there were some fragments taken apart, related maybe to this carved panel there. Then it is assembled. These we can select them like a broken porcelain. So we find its spot, and if it's possible, we select it and we put it on the place where it was positioned. The excess of wax, candle wax that was on surface, they were removed. The fragment becomes mate. The cracks and losses, we ditched it with grinded coal, and we use polybutyl methacrylate to stick it, and for it to clear. But preserving the looks, to mate it so that the so we use the underlays, just use of fine plywood, thin plywood. See at the bottom photograph, you can see the installation of the fragment, also with wax and gallipot mixture. And the air is airflow is regulated on the fan, and the temperature is regulated. So that's it. And then it is painted with the plywood is then painted. The many fragments that we see in the Hermitage, see its different thickness, different dimensions. That is the wood from Penjakan. absolutely magnificent fragments. These ones, they were restored like 50 years ago, and nothing is happening to them. So this is a great method, and we are very happy with it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Не знаю, какие-то вопросы мы потом будем.
Questions will be asked at the end of the session, right?
Then I give the floor to the next speech, Oleg Romanov, Regional Specifics of Restoration of Wooden Settlement Objects at Museums located at national parks in Russia. Restoration is not really about technologies or law. It comes down to psychology, mostly to the trust of a person who holds a certain object of value to the person who's gonna do the restoration works. In Russia, in other countries, everything proves that experience. Yesterday we went on a tour around the Kazan Kremlin, and they told us that once Kazan was taken, they started adapting everything to the Russian standards by Ivan IV. But it was not professional restorers he trusted. It was people he trusted. Sometimes it was people who lacked professional expertise. The same is happening in modern Russia. The territory is growing bigger with the new objects of cultural heritage coming into our possession that require care, which raises the question of their restoration. So first you have to understand who to hire, who to trust with the restoration of this or that object. And the next element that can be illustrated, that can be used to illustrate restoration, would be the activities of the Ministry of Culture. For quite a while, restoration certification was up the alley of Vladimir Tsvetnov, who was the head of the relevant department. He was no restorer, he was a professional martial arts expert, but he did his job well. Arctic Natural Museum Reserve, it was headed by a former governor. He headed up all of these issues. He failed every now and again, but still his job was pretty good, so it means that it is practiced this way. During the first day of this conference, it was said, whenever you take something on, try to follow through on it, and the responsibility of people who are in charge of restorations across regions really comes to the front, to the fore, because across Russian regions, sometimes people don't know how they lack the courage or will to take decisions. In St. Petersburg, Hermitage, you know how decision-making goes. It takes one day to draw up some documentations and issue a power of attorney. One day, in some Russian regional national park, it would take months upon months. Restoration is not a technology, it's more about psychology. And here comes another proof. When we are restoring, when someone is restoring, people are not following the law. They're And law cannot be always perfect. There are a lot of examples of that. There in St. Petersburg, where I was born, there are lots of objects that were tested, certified, also in the Ministry of Culture. Documentation for their use were issued, but when professional restorers come, sometimes it happens like this. Some inspection comes around. We have all the documentation to restore an object, and then some inspection comes and it wants to have your money, to take some money off of you, to rob you of your money. And it really impedes your work. And that's how it works. And this leads to restoration works being stopped because of bureaucracy. Now, next thesis. Restoration across national parks. When a national park arises on a territory, this territory dies, I think. Because whenever a territory is proclaimed a national park, it's quite often, or more often than not, that its development is hindered. I mean to say that you no longer can pursue traditional activities. Carpenters lack carpentry material, fishermen lack fishery, poachers get into full force, like in Baikal. Enough or an adequate supply of material is also a problem, like in Vologda. Vologda would be a good example, which would be characteristic of most museums. There is an hotel in Vologda that does restoration professionally, and they always voice their problem publicly. The biggest problem is material. Cherpovets, the city of Cherpovets, is located very near Vologda, because in Cherpovets is a major metal producer. But in Vologda, they still have no material, no metal, because it's too expensive for them. Say, if you are into textile and you want to produce linen materials, in Vologda and Kostroma, see, linen is not produced in Russia, it's bought, it's imported in exchange for foreign currency. Also, there is a short supply of wood and specific wooden elements, so restorers lack that. There is an example of a restorer from the Kenozemsky National Park. There is a village called Uspocha. There they produce and restore wooden boats. They say, we're all too willing to work, but we don't have the tools to do so. We don't have the materials for our work. And instead of just doing restoration works, instead of building new boats or restoring old boats, what we have to do is just deal with bureaucracy. Also, the working conditions of restorers across national parks. Guest houses, where restorers are accommodated usually, are not so perfect all the time. Sometimes they have a leaking sink or a leaking toilet. Bad living conditions. But to prove that, an environmental ecological inspection has to come and check it. Near those guest houses there are bio toilets, cubicles, because it's required by ecological inspections. Bio toilets They are more there for show. You know, like they're closed all the time except when inspections come around. And during that time, they have just holes in the ground for our natural waste. This is terrible. Now, 3 examples of restoration works and the problems that arise in connection with it when it comes to wood at national parks. The first one is the Kenozersky National Park. A boat restoration specialist comes up to the director of their national park for some wood. A year goes by, and we know that, well, our wood has to be prepared, dried properly. If we're talking about boats, it has to be sewed properly on a sewing machine. So a year passes. The director of the national park does set the task, but the restorer doesn't get the wood eventually after a year. But who makes the final decision? It's the sewing enterprise. I go there to the sewing enterprise, ask them to prepare some material. They say, it's okay, but you have to go to the head of the workshop. And I go to the head of the workshop, show him this written resolution. He says, it's okay, we can get you your wood. And then he comes back after a few minutes. He says, oh, where have you been? I mean, we prepared your wood a long time ago, but now it's rotten. Where have you been in the past year or so? So how can we do it? He says, I need a new written resolution. Okay, it took us 15 minutes to draw it up. Then we cited by the director of the park. And so I come back and say, where is my wood? He said, okay, I just need the resolution of the chief engineer. Okay, it takes us 15 minutes to prepare this resolution. Then it goes down to it goes back to the head of the workshop. I come back to him and I tell him, I have it all in my hands. And he's like, I'm going to get you your wood. Then we have to wait. Then I call him back after a few days, and he says, no, I've been too busy, I can't help you. And I tell him, I'm going to my meeting to the Ministry of Culture. I'm going to attend a meeting, and I'm going to raise this issue. Then I get a call back from this sewing enterprise, and they say, okay, we'll be shipping your wood in 5 minutes. See how it works. Another example, Russian North National Park in Kirillov city. They were installing a cross. They had to install a cross on the bank of a lake near a monastery. The head of the monastery gave his blessing. Then the works had to be started on the installation of the cross. Documentation, bureaucracy mostly. So we had to get the approval of the Committee of Natural Resources of Vologda region. We sent a request there on how restoration was to be done. Just filing them electronically would take half a year. You have to go there personally. You have to explain your situation, say that you have the blessing of the head of the monastery. Okay, then the committee says, okay, we're going to take it under consideration. The head of the monastery, the head of the national park, have their approval. Then the administration of the district says, well, you have to approve your benchmarks, land benchmarks. You have to get the cadastral plan. We send a request so that we don't interfere with any borders. Then I get a response. The system of the coordinates, your coordinates are out of line with regional and federal coordinate requirements. We cannot approve that. The Committee of Natural Resources also declines our request, and we cannot install our cross. It's always the case with state lands and privately owned lands. You can't solve it by law. You have to do it. It comes down to psychology. It comes down to psychology. Sorry. Kazan understands very well what restorers need and what the people demand. So it again comes down to psychology. Third example, Sibirsky National Park. Sebish, Pskov region. There, they had to restore wooden buildings within a national park. Many lakes there, and all permits that would allow for restoration works had to go through the Ministry of Natural Resources, and to get that permit you need to get the building plans of land plots, and to set the works in motion you need the right living conditions and electricity for restorers. One of the land plots where restoration works were to be carried out, there was an electricity line, overhead electricity line over it, so we wanted to connect to it. But how do we connect to it? We have to do it officially. We send a request to the national park. It sends it to the Ministry of Natural Resources, and then there it's taken under consideration together with Rossetti, the generating company. Okay, we have our approvals. It's sent to Moscow, and it lies there on the table on someone's desk for a year. Then I wrote a letter to the Ministry of Natural Resources of Russia saying that the owner of the land plot where restoration works are to be initiated is going to hang himself on this electricity line if we don't get your approval. But then, by the end of the month, 5 days later, the counselor of the minister called me and said, "Here's your approval." It's psychology. It's very important here. If you don't get your ideas through, your restoration works will never get off the ground. That's what I mean. Well, speaking of how restoration activities, speaking of the importance of restoration activities in national parks, again, you have to also underscore the importance of restorers themselves who work there. Mintamer Shaimi, when he was opening this conference, he said you need to understand and respect the importance of your people. So for restorers, there need to be benefits. For professional restorers, they need to have their benefits. But practice shows otherwise. Last year we had the meeting of the Association of Restorers in Moscow. Before it happened, I said, let's request the Ministry of Culture to provide the benefits along the lines of free visits to museums, national parks, so that they can do it free of charge, because it's a part of their professional occupation. And the Minister of Culture said, no such benefits. The painters, designers, architects have those benefits, but the Minister of Culture cannot give any such benefits to restorers. That's in short about the problems we face every day. Foreign experience shows would remind me of the experience of our colleagues from Kazakhstan. Ulubek, he's a scientist. Once he no longer focused on once he shifted away from psychology and delved just into science, for some reason he just passed away after that. So you need to focus on psychology. Remember the psychological aspect when you're doing restoration works. Thank you, Oleg Anatolyevich. This is a very acute topic. I think you've got the support of every restorer here. Next report. Natalia Vasilieva, Natalia Vyacheslavonovna, Kirill Shmelev, the preservation of wooden berg of the first century, of the first half of the 18th century, initial stage of conservation.
Докладчик
The report will be delivered by Shirokova Natalia. I absolutely agree with the previous speaker, is that, well, you just have to reach the persons making necessary decisions. The very important, some buildings from the epoch of the Peter the Great, and that's the Palace of Menshikov. He was passed to the first Cadet Corps. The western wings were built in 1720, 1721, maintains a significant volume of the material confirmations of the epoch of Peter the Great. Here is the initial architectural looks of the western wing, the story of the construction technologies. The previous stages of study referred to the period of restoration of Menshikov Palace in the 60s and 80s of the 20th century. The work was performed by the group of restorators headed by Gesson, Mikhailov, Trubinov, and other architects. They have reconstructed the stage by stage restorations. So they overlooked the side buildings in 1721, and that's how they reconstructed how it looked in the first place. At the end of 2018, St. Petersburg State University have started the restoration of for the modern use of the 1st Cadet Corps of the Menshikov Palace. The author's supervision of Studio 44, they have unveiled and examined many details of the construction history of the western wing of the palace. Throughout the works, we came to understand that initially have erected the volume on the corner. It was like the corner areas, and then additional adjoining buildings on the side. So all of the research cannot give us the complete information. The establishment of the research system in the process of execution of works allowed us to get the big data adding to the existing data of the building. We have found the architectural details related to the decoration of the period of 18th and 19th centuries. Since summer 2019, members of the Lab of Archaeology of the Historical Sociology and Cultural Heritage, named after Professor Lebedev from St. Petersburg State University, they joined us. They have gathered loads of archaeological items from the walkways. They were sifting the removed soil. They were documenting the structure when they went in the attics and in the basements. And the volume of finds in the basement of the palace is huge. The majority was when we found, here we can see the wigs. They're not that well preserved as it was shown, but from the military uniform of cadets we have. So the dry soil preserved many items of the organic materials. When sifting the soil, we have gathered paper documents, fragments of clothing, wooden housewares, toys, wigs, and playing cards. Altogether, these items characterize all aspects of life of the 1st Cadet Corps since 18th up to 20th century. So in the volume of the fragments and printed items that we have found, it's huge. It's in line with, acquiring like a small library. In July 2019, during the execution of works on excavation of the soil in the basements, we have found the fragments of two structures of the basement and ice storage, which were mentioned in 1734, 1738, when the palace was provided to the cadet corps. They were neighboring each other on the corner buildings of the palace, and they were covered. From the first structure, we had the bottom logs and separate slabs of various sizes. The second object had a better preservance. That was the bottom part of the ice storage. Inside of it is built-in of the chamber of slabs and the flooring residing on the lags. There is a hatch located there with for the water discharge of the melted ice. The basement where we found the ice storage is a dark room with average temperature of plus 15 degrees year-wide. So the soil is a mixed clay. pH is 9.4. The structure was located at the depth of 1.2 meters from the level of the modern floor, and the bottom of it, they were constantly in the water. So the preservers of wood is maintained by the water in the soil contained there. So the oxygenation was limited. Preliminary research was done in 2019-2020. So for the construction, we used wood of pines, various types of pines. On some details, we have fixed the presence of the steel inclusions. Their nails, they are highly corroded. Part of them is fragmented. So the residues of some nails remain in the wood, so we cannot take them out. The development of the fungus, we didn't find any fungus. And mold, we didn't find it. On some aspects, we have found small insects. It is clear that for wood, well, they're not bear any danger for wood, these insects that we have found. When we have selected the tests from various structures, and we found that the humidity is 300%. So the loss of density was for pines. So the other type of pine have lost its density by 30%. We have also established that the majority of the structures is water-filled. The object requires conservation. The wood from the remains of the basement was in the better condition, and we have taken samples from it, cairns, for dendrochronology. So the first preparatory period on de-installation of the structure, after we have found it, and until the de-installation, the year have lapsed. Over that time, the archaeologists and architects, they have measured everything, and they have looked at the state of the wood and its periodic antiseptic treatment. A large work was done to prepare the de-installation of the structure and to organize the technical state for the technical storage. To store it, we have produced the tanks from polypropylene, considering the dimensions of the details. There's a system of cranes for depositing heavy parts is installed, 3 and 7 cubic meters to place. There's a technical place located in the basement in one of the buildings of the 1st Cadet Corps. Especially the entryway was expanded. Electricity was supplied and the water supply was organized with pumps to pass the water-filled details, we have constructed the special carriages with removable handles. Removable handles assisted us to take it out from the narrow areas. It was difficult actually to remove it, and due to that we disassembled the window, and through which we have taken out these parts in full. In the first place, we deinstalled parts not related to the bearing structure of the ice storage. We want to avoid the damage of the soft surface of the floor. Foamed PPE sheets we put on top and worked sitting on them. So all participants of works, they used with soft inlets. Fine and fragmented details were cut jointly with soil, with saws, and they were placed on the polycarbonate substance and they were covered with film. And then all of the details, they were packed, they were placed on the carriage, and they were fixed with wide straps, and they were moved to the place with water tanks. So we have also prepared the underlays from the plywood. We have put some isolating materials on top of them, and they were hand lifted. They were carried to the bigger one, and they were putting it from the foamed polyethylene. We fixed it with belts, and we were taking it out to the technical premises. To take out the logs from the bottom of the structure, we used a jack, and the foamed PPE was used to avoid the damage when lifting, so there was photo fixation and graphical fixation of the object was done under the details that we have taken out. At the end of each stage, we have fixed not only the bottom layer, but the layers, so the visible parts of wood that were reflected on the so we were tying what was underneath it to the existing carcass. After we have disassembled the ice storage, it became obvious that when it was constructed, the details from other wooden structures were used, from our ships and barks. So the floor was made from the decking slabs, and there's a deep 40mm ornament underneath it. Underneath the hatch, we have found 2 kopecks, a copper coin. So it was operated for at least 100 years, this storage. After we have taken all of the details, we were removing excess dirt, and then we were carrying it to the technical premises. That was on the street, where we removed soil and then purification. We used the construction sprayers, water, and foamed PP. Fine details were hermetically sealed on the watertight underlay, and then they were stored in the technical storage. The big logs and long slabs, after being washed, they were covered with polyethylene, and we did it stage by stage. The structure of the tank allowed us. At the bottom, we have put the logs, higher the long slabs, and then on top of it, the very fine slabs of the encasement and the flooring. After we put it there, we poured water, and after some time, Then the water was replaced and antiseptic was added. They are marked. The water is periodically changed and we add antiseptics to it. Ice storage is a traditional household for the construction of northeastern region of Russia. The preservation of it's important because this structure is an architectural object of the household use of Peter I. It is unique for the archaeology of St. Petersburg. In a simple form reflects the traditional of the material culture of the northeastern region, which organically existed within the architecture of the pre-selected and preferred architecture. Some findings we displayed at the exposition in December 2019, right after the end of works on excavation of the soil. Part of it, after being restored in the Lebedev lab, despite the fact that all works today, they are in the process. And in that report, we see that the initial stage of works, it is complete. So all of the slabs and all wooden elements, they are put for conservation. The situation today, well, it's not that great, really, because the works on the object were suspended. There's no financing, and consequently, all of the findings, and I speak about architectural findings, which are in comparison to archaeology, we cannot move them. They are threatened of being lost forever, and these are unique elements related to the initial looks of the building that was unknown before and reconstructed by us in the graphics reconstruction from the yard and from the size of the face, the facades facing the main street. There are multiple layers of paint of the western wing and the initial layers of paint of the Menshikov Palace, how it looked before the 1790. The works are not being executed now. Part of the roof have been dismantled, and the situation is really sad today. And the first stage on the deinstallation and preservance of it, we did it on the ice storage that we have located there. And I would like to demonstrate you a short video clip about the process of all of this work and the installation, how we performed it. Please. Yeah, it's just 2 minutes. 2 minutes video. Please switch on the video. The floor was dismantled. We'll work on the wet wood. They found PPE, shoes with soft inlets. So they excavate everything and package it jointly with the soil. So they film wrap it, put it onto the carriage, and then they will run future works. The dimensions and heights the thickness of the flooring is 70 millimeters. So as you can see, it's all put on the carriages and then transported, taken away. The plan is constantly drawn up. pH of the soil is 9.4. The depth of deposition was 1.2 meters. Everything was in wood in the anaerobic conditions. Everything was in the soil in anaerobic conditions. And it was found initially in 2019, this structure. So the works were performed throughout a week. Yeah, and it had just and the video is just 2 minutes. Yeah, thank you, Natalia. And the next speaker is Churilova Natalia and Lyudmila Romanova. The experience of mass conservation of the items from leather from excavations of the archaeological monument of Yegoshinsky copper melting plant and the settlement. Please stick to the timing, dear colleagues.
Мы можем
Well, all of the reports are very interesting, but we need to have our lunch. Dear colleagues, organizers, thank you for this great, amazing conference. To our foreign speakers, so you know, Perm is located in the east of the European part of Russia, a 12-hour drive from Kazan. So you know, in 2021-2022, the teams of the Kamsk archaeological expedition did archaeological excavations on the site of the archaeological site, Yegoshinsky copper planting plant. 600 square meters is the site. 1647 year is the first mention of it. Then Peter I ordained the construction of the Yegoshinsky copper plating plant. Then it was dismantled and it was changed by settlement. It's located on the right bank of the Goshiha River, at the left mouth of the Kama River. Excavations were done on the Sovietsky Street and on the territory of the Shpagin mechanical plant. It no longer functions. We are planning to set up a cultural cluster there, and hence the excavation works preceding it. Both of the sites are very important. It's pumps draining groundwater. We're working there all the time. This is what it looked like. Black coal water, lots of organic materials, birch bark, pine, pressed splinter and manure. The cultural layer on the Shpagin plant also included some shellac. Lots of cultural material was collected across a number of excavation pits. About 1,000 items were collected, items and fragments of items. About 100 items were conserved, mostly fragments. Actually, In the summer of 2022, we for the first time organized the mutual expedition of the Perm Kraevechesky Museum and our team to conserve leather finds. Both the Kamsk archaeological expedition got representative items for further research, for paper writing. The finds will be sent to the Perm Kraevechesky Museum. The goal of the museum to get to get items in good shape following some restoration work. The restoration works were done in a premise rented. We bought a fridge and a industrial fridge and a simple fridge because prior to the conservation works, all of the items were stored in those fridges. The degree of intactness can be divided into two groups. The first one were subjected by cameral treatment by students, and the other ones were taken straight from the excavation site with a lot of mud which needed cleaning. Our conclusions from that: when you need to restore intact items, complex in their nature, it's hard to put them together not knowing what their original look was. So it's best to have a preliminary treatment by restorers so that the positions of the elements would be fixed. And it's hard to trace it layer by layer if you are not the one who took it out of the ground and did preliminary restoration on it. When a restorer does it, professional restorer does it, they take pictures stage by stage. The archaeological layer was wet during our works, but the items can be divided into groups of wetness. The first one stayed wet when they came to the restoration site, and those that dried up fully. The fully dried items were not conserved by us. As for their degree of intactness, they can be divided into a number of categories. Roughly well preserved, thin or thick plastic, leather, flexible leather, cracked, damaged leather, third. And we have just one item like that. For the third category, it's a difficult one because I can finally think of an analog in terms of preservation. It's a major element of a glove. It's wet, but very fragile, easy to crack, easy to break. Another group of items with shrinkage and cracking of the face layer. Black leather, an item remaining from a bigger item, but we could not identify the object, what kind of object it was. It's just a part of a bigger object. Types of objects now. Archaeological leather finds can be divided into shoes, elements of shoes, gloves, elements of gloves, mostly thumbs. We found even one wallet with coins in it. The coins were, of course, taken out before conservation, and some items of unknown use, maybe items or elements of bigger bags marked by 3, and large parts of other elements, parts of items and whole items were restored. Wet cleaning, brush cleaning in containers with water many times because you cannot do it in a tub. And the state of preservation of some items only allowed for that. Bag 400, ketamine LB, different format plastic containers with lids. were purchased for our works. Polyethylene glycol we bought it in Perm. We were lucky. It's a pleasant thing. Why? Because we usually have to bring it from Moscow or St. Petersburg, but PEG and ketamine were also on hand in Perm. We could not, so we had to immerse a number of items at the same time in one container because we did not have enough containers. Flexible shape retaining items were fixed with the bandage in plastic bottles filled with the water. We used medical bandages, then we learned there were cohesive self-fixing bandages that are much more convenient when you're working on an item alone. Initially, all of the items were dipped in a 30% distilled water ketamine solution. We did it to the first batch. Sometime later, however, we realized that the thicker or drier leather does not work well with polyethylene glycol. It does not become plastic. It does not soak up the solution well. So we started to divide it between thicker leather, more dry leather. We immersed it in 10% solution, and then we, with an interval of 3 weeks, we upped the concentration by 10%. Thin or water leather was immersed into a 30% PEG concentration solution. This glove was immersed in a 30% PEG 400 solution. 1 month later, however, we dipped it in a solution containing 30% of PEG 400 and 10% of PEG 1500. We had difficulty with marking these items because they had to be labeled so that you could not match them with the field records. However, permanent markers do not work well with the preservative solution. And plastic labeling methods we learned from our foreign colleagues' publications are also problematic. Preserved items were kind of difficult to label and to identify because of that, since now we can only identify them by the date of the photography marked on the container. But I think we will prevail over that problem. No challenges were met in terms of mold. Ketamine, AB, antiseptics were used to fight it. The only place it showed were on the edges of the items that were on the surface of the solution. Then these items were dried. Sublimation, drying in freezers was performed. This was our first experience of mass conservation of items. I had dealt with mold-covered items with mold-covered labels over-dried. This was our first major experience. Next, we will start conservation works more properly. We will divide the items by their adhesive and other characteristics. We will think through the methods, the labeling method that can allow for immersion into PEG solutions, but we believe our experience to be positive despite of trial and error and some mistakes we made. Some of the items are still in fridges, and some are still in the solutions, so our work is still ongoing. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Natalia Anatolievna. We have a slight change in the program. The next speech by Mert Raja, our colleague from Syria. Unfortunately, she can't come, and her report will be delivered by a different person. Fadbir Safin, Svetlana Borshneva, Lena Bogatova, Evgenia Shakhudinova, Arat Sidikov, Yuri Garushkin, who will tell us about organization of the training process for preparation of restoration of the historical and cultural heritage in the Kazan Federal University.
Hello, dear colleagues. Fatbir Safin was supposed to deliver this report, but he was unable to do so. Well, we shall start with the fact that this profile, well, you must remember the report of Sidikov Ayrat, and it started with the program, with the Republican program, where there were funds allocated by the Возрождение Fund with the support of Mr. Shaimiev. All of that was transformed into the big cluster of restoration and archaeology. At the end of the day, Svetlana Burshneva, and with her assistance, we were able to implement this program of training in the Kazan Federal University. Well, today our master's section is recommended by the Ministry of Culture of Russia for training of the artists and restoration artists. So we mix the modern methods and traditions of the restoration. I'll tell you how the whole course looks like, and our only program is the only one. It's not in terms of restoration, not only of ethnographic monuments. And you can see that the masters with the restoration, currently we have it in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and in Kazan. And consequently, that's the history of arts direction over there. There is a profile, and it allows us to vary our directions on restoration, and consequently our graduates, while they can have the restoration and applied skills, but they can also work in the museums on other directions, which is really good, because when the museum worker is aware what is the preservance of the object, what is the state of it, and how it's going to behave throughout time, this is very important. Our Kazan Restoration School has, well, it's quite well equipped, and thanks to that was possible thanks to various programs and through the support of the Kazan Federal University and the Restoration Architectural TCN RU. We have a bit of a sponsorship money, and the Republican program allowed us to create premises where we have pretty much everything that in terms of tools and equipment. So in addition to the fact that we are well equipped, we have the scientific potential as well that was formed throughout the time when we were studying the archaeological findings of various monuments of the cultural heritage, and consequently over time a certain staff potential was formed, which is presented by our young Kazan restorers and restorers from Sviazhsk. And the training, we train them to our restorers. The invited tutors are delivering, and these are the people that you can see. Kurym Altanbekov came to us with open lectures. We were very happy about it. So we're open for any events related to the educational processes, because this is very important. Currently, masters is highly demanded. If we are related to the educational, there's more like 10 masters on various profile. Our profile has what, like 40 or 50 students that go into the masters. So we train 50 of them annually. So it's highly demanded despite the fact that there's just one profile. Our graduates work quite successfully and geographically in a widespread areas. Many of them go to post-grad studies. Some of them come from the restoration and the museum events to get training, and they stay there. And we're very glad that we can see our graduates here on the conference, and that's a great indicator that at such a serious event, our graduates are present. Currently, they are being attested and receive the attestation certificates. At the end of our presentation, there'll be a link to the social network group where we report on our successes and the successes of our graduates. Our masters, well, that is the educational process, basic and theoretical material, the basic part in accordance with the federal educational standard, our variative part represented by the intensives and practices, and we have additional education as the collective. And we have launched these events on a serial basis, and we have grants, contests, exhibitions, volunteers, and we have a skill set such as ceramics, metal, bone, leather, wood, paper. Further down the line, we do hope to find additional financing in order to give our graduates with the most competing abilities. So, in addition to the fact that they graduate from the educational facility that you can put as education when being attested, but at the end of the day, we do hope that they'll go to the attestation by the end of the education, and we work thoroughly on that. You see how the intensives are done. The invited tutors come, and over 2 weeks they provide practical and theoretical material for the students. It's for the you can see Svetlana, our head in the training program. Plus, you can see how it is happening in our labs. The process of education, that is the end of the intensive courses and end of qualification works. The graduation qualification works are formed on the basis of a number of directions, such as theoretical and practical materials. Our graduates, they take absolutely different topics. Dmitry Volzhin last year, he left to St. Petersburg. He had taken a new direction for the restoration, like the restoration of plastics. Last year, there were foreign students of ours. They worked very actively in the Museum of Archaeology of the Republic of Tatarstan, and they assisted a lot. They were very active on many aspects. For instance, Sarah had acquired a lot of tiling. She put together and glued it together. But it assisted us also for the museum records. Either some tiles or breakage of tiles, beautiful tiles, which were restored quite well. So the volunteering is developing very actively. Plus, onto the intensives, And the guys work headed by the restorator, and they work for the best of the museum objects. Our active partner is the Museum of Archaeology of the Republic of Tatarstan that I represent myself, plus Laisheva Museum supplies us a lot of objects. This is very useful for the museum in itself and for the people that get training. Plus the students, they bring materials for the intensives, and very often from the museum they bring items, and the tutor that is invited, so they restore this object from the museum where they work. Currently, we are full-time and part-time education, and the Kazan Federal Association only for part-time education. But we are willing for full-time as well. We did it before, and we have. And recently, it was last time in the calendar year, we have visited Derbent to monitor an emergency preservation of the objects. Also, various events happened, like last year we had an event related to the International Bulgar School. That's the courses on improvement of skill set when restoring paper. So Berezin Yuri came to us and he was delivering the intensive training course, and I would like to show you how useful they are, not only for the restorators but for the museum worker. Well, there were heads of the libraries and heads of archives. Well, to understand what is the mistake of storage when they store in the library and in the archives, plus how difficult it is. So it's not just the energy dependent, but they have understood that they have to spend more money than they thought in the first place. So this is useful not only for the restorers but for the workers. The field practice, as I said, it was happening in Derbent just recently. We wanted to go on the international level by 2020, but COVID prevented us from doing so. So 2020, that was the last year of the practical field practices when visiting the objects. Cooperation with organizations is represented by the number of cooperation aspects. We all cooperate with Oil and Gas Institute. Well, I will tell you how we do cooperate with them after lunch. The leading scientific restoration organizations do cooperate with us, and various museums, including town island of Sviersk, Enokar, Bulgar. We do hope for the development of the cooperation, and we invite you to come to us and to send to us our staff, or we can send our students to you, maybe to perform various monitoring events to monitor for your collections. And you can see the organizers. One of them is right in front of you. He's in charge of the professional orientation, and I do my best to assist people in their scientific works. And please join Please join our educational process, and thank you very much. Thank you so much, Evgenia. So the next reporter is Fatunina Alessia, a field fixation of the findings from the organic materials on the basis of the results of works of from Pereyaslav-Ryazan archaeological expedition.
Good morning, dear participants. During archaeological research of wet cultural layers on the Pereyaslav-Ryazansky site, which is located in the center of Yaroslavl, we found a pretty intact organic material collection. I will be talking about leather material items and other organic materials from the shoemaking, leather shoemaking from 15th, 18th, 16th centuries, and I will tell you about field records that can be fixed only after items are removed from the layer, because what Natalia said during her report. Because as it dries up, those traces go away, fully or partially. The Pereyaslav-Ryazansky archaeological expedition, headed by Vladimir Zavyalov, between 2004 and 2015, studied this site, Zhitny. Ever since 2016, the Vedensky site, excavation site, in the southern eastern part of the Kremlin, 6.5 meters is the depth of the layers. Middle 12th, first half of the 17th century is the dating. Over 4.5 meters would be the depth. We studied everything. We found items, wool pads, shoelaces, other leather items, also shoemaking items were found, like bench mark parts of shoes, their tools, because we found a heap of shoemaking elements over 4 square meters. Over 16,000 square meters of items were found on that little space. The fixation of elements are of the most important. Threads that are damaged but still intact in the shoes. Threads can be found in all seams that connect the shoes together. They connect the shoe together. Following research by Elena Yolkina from the Russian Academy of Sciences, she identified that the threads were not colored, what kind of threads were used, and that the length of the thread depended on the type of the seam and what it affixed. During field recording, you can also record parts of threads. This is an element of the shoe and a red thread. The Center of the Spectral Analysis of the Novosibirsk University did an analysis, said that they identified that the initial color was scarlet or orange. A leather cover for a spoon was also found. So, in Moscow, in the Pereyaslav-Ryazansky site, we found 3 spoons, 3 covers like that. In 2021, red threads can be seen there. Below we can see dark brown color. Also, wood was used. The multi-layered construction of the back part was connected with wooden sticks. Wooden sticks found during field recording show that they were the most prevalent element. Sometimes nails were used. to just complement them. The second thing is the constructive features of elements and their variations. The back part of the shoe shows lots of birchmark inlays, variations of leather and birchmark inlays, including in the back part of the shoe. An analysis of the hundreds of birchmark slices showed that standardized elements are all inlays of the back parts of shoes. And there are lots of them. Sometimes some of them were used to compensate the size. You can see traces of cutting by a thin knife or cutting element, so that the lines would be smooth, but there would be a slight slope. There are also defected parts. You can see the seam on the birchmark, but the element was broken down during cutting. This birchmark was just waste. Wooden inlays were used together with birchmark inlays. Lydia Slavyova identified that these wooden inlays were made of bark, but it was hard to identify what kind of bark it was because they were not well preserved. Once they were removed from the cultural layer, they started decomposing into wood fibers. So the only thing we can do is just take pictures and take records, take accurate records of the structure of the back part of the shoes. You know, learning about such design features can tell us about the time when it was manufactured and the features of manufactured. Third, wool shoes. Wool shoe pads are a common find. Sometimes common pads does, like in this seam in the heel part of the shoe, where the heel and the leather connect, you can see some remnants of wool. You may think it's just those are just some inclusions from the layer, but when you find more wool there, when you're doing field records, you know that field records will help you understand what function this wool served. Maybe sometimes those pads were removed for the summertime. The upper parts of shoes were reinforced for worms. Last year we found the head of a shoe with wool isolation for warmth. We found the wool pad for better warmth. Then field conservation was performed, shade drying, and then a brush was used to remove these pieces of dirt. The Vidensk site uncovered a fragment of a wool element with the leathered edges. Miss Yorkina said it was wool of a black goat. We found holes from needles. Maybe it was stitched. The face part of the element was covered with leather tissue, but it had degraded in the ground. Wool was used as a pad for the warmth insulation. The leather was connected to the element, and you can see some of the stitches there, which had degraded. Leather elements, once they are removed from the layer, you can see different marks on their surfaces. For example, we found some with the marks of teeth, human teeth. Ethnographic records say that Eskimos, Chukchas used their own teeth when working with leather, but the Russian Middle Age records show such items for the first time. So here, the tailor was using their own teeth to remove parts of the wool and to just hold it, and you can tell by how this leather can protract, retract, and shrink and crumble. All these classifications of teeth impressions and dental studies of marks of teeth from the Department of Dentistry and Orthodonty of the Ryazan Medical University published some papers on that. But I will be short about the results. What this method yields more, we see imprints of the teeth of the mandible of a young person. You can tell the age and the sex of the tailor. On the second part, acute marks with an acute vestibular surface. This vertical shape can be due to some things. You can tell a lot about how the mandible of the tailor was and the shape, what problems they had with their teeth. Some of them may have been inborn, some of them may have been acquired. Third sample, a number of teeth imprints, they overlay each other, they merge into each other, and the expert said that there were also process imprints or working imprints, not from teeth. So studies of leather surfaces also shows imprints of tools. The sample in the upper part shows that this relief surface was created by an impression of a hard metal tool. The lower sample says that there is no clear imprints of teeth. It came from a tool. Apart from that, studies of elements shows how tools were used. So this is a cut from an element with a cut. A metal element was used here to remove some parts of it. Some rare types of leathers can be identified when you're analyzing the leathers you have found. The Novgorod finds from the leather of beaver tails and other types of leather. Look at this. We have bloating parts here in uneven rows. We took it to the State Hermitage, and Ekaterina Mankova, the head of laboratory of scientific restoration, said that this ornamentation was natural. Taxidermist restorer Yuri Starko from the Russian Academy of Sciences said that the ornament of this fabric shows it may have been from fish. Maybe from sturgeon, or middle-aged tailors still knew how it could be used. It was in the central part of Russia still. They found, they used fish skin, which improves our knowledge of what kind of leather and the variety of leathers middle-aged tailors used. And since this leather is well preserved in the wet cultural layer, it shows, helps understand many technological nuances. But you have to do it immediately after you have taken it out of the cultural layer, because it dries up, it disintegrates quickly, and it destroys all of the traces that we are so interested in. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Alessa. Next report. Renaud Ibrahimova, Field Conservation of Archaeological Items from Organic Materials on the example of Levja 21 burial site.
Hello, dear participants and guests of this very important conference, and today I would like to tell you about the field conservation of the archaeological items from the organic materials on the basis of the burial ground Levja 21. The process of preservation of all of the archaeological findings, and many of it, they need the conservation straight away after they were found. When we do the initial treatment, there is issues raised, as well as identification of the operations on the existing abilities in certain stages. Development of the recommendations is required for each archaeological monument. And over here we need to consider all of the landscape, nature, cultural data on the culture being researched. If each archaeological monument is unique, so for each case we need to renew the general recommendations considering the specifics of archaeological object being examined. Republic of Mordovia, or Mordov Republic, located in the center of the Russian plain between Moksha and Sura. The length is 298 kilometers and up to 140 kilometers. So the area of research, it is in the circle. This is of the Ruzaevsky district. It's located on the southeast of Mordovia. The earliest findings on the Ruzaevsky district refer to the end of the 19th century, and they are related to the research done by Mr. Smirnov, but they're not attracting any attention of the researchers until the end of the 20th century. On the territory of Ruzaev district, we have studied 18 archaeological monuments. Two of them are very close, so they're within 20 kilometers of the Ruzaevka settlement. Levja burial mound, it was found in 2021 during the archaeological research. It was found by Grigoriev Yuri. He identified that the central part of the monument, on the area of at least 3,000 square meters, it's just within the road going around the Ruzaevka settlement. In June and August 2021, archaeological expedition headed by Igor Kazimierczuk, they did the works dedicated to saving this object of heritage, and the size of it is 5,192 square meters. It was identified considering the topography of the premises, and the overall research area is 3,133 square meters. The surface area was destroyed by the construction equipment, but the eastern parts were there until the beginning of the construction works. It was covered with dense grass. Underneath there was clay. To identify the pH level of the soil, we measured it with the pH meters, so we were able to identify that there is lower acidic balance of the soil, and the pH of it is 5.6. As a result of the excavations, we have studied 598 graves, 655 remains, 122 unidentified, also included kids, males and females. The planning was established of the graves, and the concentration of the graves. On the central axis, you can see a walkway in the middle of it found. The majority is done within the land. The kids ones, they are pre-clay or the dark layer. The burial grounds are in the dugout holes, which is in line with the height of the deceased persons. Coffins were found in some of them, and they were in a very bad condition. They were made out of the complete slab, the upper part and bottom part. So on the side ones, they're made out of one or two. And they were made without the. On the visual characteristics, it was covered with. It was dry, dirty, and it was cracking. Due to the bad condition of the wood, we didn't conserve any of the coffins. To identify the type of wood, we have taken the samples from 10 graves, and the analysis was done by the leading staff of the Academy of Sciences of Russia. So oak was used for coffins. There are also measurements that we did, measurements of the coffins that we have found. And then there are the types of the burials, and the holes, they are oriented towards north-south with a small deviation, rarely. On the northern part of the terrace, the burial ground was found. The head was oriented towards south, heads to the south, legs to the north. They are lying, and the hands are around their. So they lost the initial anatomical state. Very often we have faced repositioned bones as the result of the actions of vermins. And very often the ladies were buried on the left from the men, and the lady's hands were on the chest of the man. Much all of the graves were. We have tried the inventory. We have. The male ones do not have a lot of ornaments, and the ladies were quite rich in inventory, and they were made of the ornaments for hair, some jewelry, belts, earrings, bracelets of various sizes and dimensions. We have also found more than 90,000 findings related to the decoration of clothing. So these are the ladies' burials, and that's the findings on this burial ground. They are similar to the Usinsk II, Salesky, Kushatonsky burial grounds. Now on conservation. So each case that we found, it needs to be analyzed. It's difficult to identify the main factors that were affecting. One of them is the nature and the material and the environment. The collection of the organic items was presented by findings of wood, bone, leather and textiles, and ferrous materials. The factors that have affected the preservation of it. At the first stage, we have selected out of 20 ladies' grave with the best and worst preservation of the items. And based on that, there is data And this table contains the information on the burial grounds of the square and the presence from precious metals have allowed us to analyze and to provide outcomes that the preservation of the organic materials, it was present on the presence of the cultural layer, a layer of clay, the depth of deposition in some graves depending on the humidity of the soil, and presence from non-ferrous metals, wood. We faced it very rarely, and mainly it was in the pseudo-amorph states that we were unable to identify. The items from leather were not many. These were the fragments and details of shoes stitched from the leather of the cattle, which was then dubbed. The preservation of them was not good, which is drawn by the peculiarities of the material. They were covered with dirt, and the leather was really damaged, so we were unable to identify what was the purpose of it. Objects made out of bone were way better in comparison to other archaeological findings, based on the visuals and visual observations. We could imagine that it was made out of teeth, bone, and other types of bones. Textiles. We have found textiles also, and it's a rare find. A large number of textile elements we have found related to the ladies' national wearings. They were represented by elements of the ornaments. Fragments of the material were seen in the embroidery, and they were fixed in the majority of the cases in the upper part of the chest, on the central, also on the sleeves, and in the area of the skirt. So we have studied some characteristics of the elements of the ornament. So we did the macro picture with a magnifying glass. The threads were colored, and that's a proposal because we didn't do any lab analysis here. Well, to identify the type of the threads that were used when producing the materials, we did not have the lab, so we were unable to identify. So we used the most simple approach here to identify the type of the textile, which is a method of burning. Burning probe is the most simple way to identify the composition of the matter. There's cellulose contained in some materials. When we burn it, intensive yellow, and there's paper smell after it. So silk and wool containing protein such as keratin and fibrin, when we burn them, and they don't burn, and there is a hair smell out of it. In accordance with this data, they used both types of materials from vegetable origin, from plant origin, and from animal origin. And the materials made from the plants, threads of the plants. They were quite amorphous, and they were not well preserved. You can see the galvanization over there. There are a couple of fibulas, and because of the oxidation, the iron fibula at which the part of the material was, so it was corroded. But shulgama from the non-ferrous metal, which contained a protein-containing material, it have showed a better preservation. There also were findings from the combined materials. So this is a complex element in the form of so on the side it was fixed by leather straps, fixed with small copper needles, and inside of it there was a part of it, and around it there were plates surrounded around it. So these were natural hair of the deceased lady, and it was done like a small plates, and then they were into two larger plates, which were then surrounded by which were going around this stick, and that was going like inside this plate case, and that was quite a unique thing. And almost in every grave we have found such items, and of course here we wanted to preserve the copper that we found here and the case in itself. Unfortunately, this stick, it is the only one that was preserved in such a look. All the rest, we only found fragments of them. Shulgama, they were with pendants, and the frame, it was fixed to the upper part of the chest. It also it's made out of beds, small marbles, having a certain ornament, and it was stitched with a woolen knitwear, and they were put onto the material, linen material. So these are the pendants that were attached to the belt ornamentation, and they were decorated with cowrie shells. Because there were loads of organic materials, it was difficult to select the method of the field conservation. In order to get recommendations, we have invited the artist restorer Natalia Sinitsina, and she has given us very valuable recommendations. Natalia Sinitsina, the specialist on the Mordov costume, who have given us very valuable recommendations on conservation of those findings. I would like to express the words of gratitude to my tutors with whom I was on the phone when dealing with it, Olga Shvets and Anata Jmur, who really assisted me, and thanks to them I was capable of executing this work. There was other interdisciplinary work performed. So as I've said before, what is of the most valuable in this grave? Is it anthropology or the findings? So under the purification and excavation of the findings, and that's how we organized the lab. We have organized two labs. One was a purely field lab, and then we were dealing with cleaning of it, because it was located at various, in terms of humidity, they were different, so we have organized the storage in the fridge. So we purchased two fridges where we stored the findings taken from the wet layer. Loads of combined materials we have found, so we have decided that if we wish to take at least something out of it, then we need to have to take them out in full piece. That's how we did it. So fixation with muslin, and then taking them out by the first date. This out of textile. We've packed them after the initial treatment, and in the chamber was lab. We did our best to restore them, because that was I was not seeing it in the first place when I came. I didn't have an idea how it looked. I just did the way I thought of it. That was the very first find that I did. I haven't seen any analogs. I was just following the logics. So, and thanks to that, we have such a sets. It has given us also parts of the materials. On the upper slide, you can see small fragments of the wovens made from plants. They were fixed in the round sleeve, and thanks to them, we're able to recreate the looks of the overcoat that was used at a time. And the handle was made from wood, and the wood was like really degraded. And at the end, I'd like to say a couple of words in regards to what I've faced. Absence of tools, absence of conservants, that's what I have faced, which were required for the conservation of these elements. So based on the recommendation of Natalia Vasilyeva, have created the catalog of the materials and tools recommended for the wet and dry excavations. There is a catalog. We did it. You can find it and print it out, and you can use it. And thank you so much for your attention. Very detailed work. Thank you so much. And the next report, the two of them are supposed to be online. First one is Silkin Vyacheslav and Koenig Alexander, Field Conservation of the Organic Finds of the Sharkale 1 Monument in 2022. Are they online? Yes, I can hear you perfectly well.
Сейчас, минуточку.
Just a second, the technical staff will connect.
Все, говорит, что все в порядке. Но пока мы вас...
Everything is fine, just connection in process. Can you see me now? Yes, we can hear you now, and we can hear you now. Yeah, you can start. Hello, dear participants of the conference. Our report is dedicated to the field conservation of the organics on the Sharkala 1, Sharkala artifacts. The expedition delivered by the Archaeological Center, as well as the participants from the Museum of Nature and Human and Institute of Archaeology of the Khanty-Mansiysk Department of Russian Academy of Sciences. We have organized the Field Conservation Lab at the Sharkali 1 settlement. The Sharkali 1 settlement is a unique multi-layer monument which is located in the Oktyabrsk district of Yugra region. You can see the presentation, right? The monument is located on 4 hills. So you can observe the hills, 4 hills. Except as of the north, it is surrounded by water. Ob River from the west, Sharkalka from the east, and Demsaim stream. The overall perimeter of the monument is 195 meters. The total area of the settlement is 119,160 square meters. Conditionally, we can split it into 4 hills, which are split by rows, and there is a terrace present. And on the surface there are the rows and the walls, the residues of the walls that you can see here. The peculiarity of the cultural layer of the settlement, the cultural layer is up to 3 meters, contains loads of organic remains, artifacts, which are dated to the 12th and 16th century, so the place when this territory was a part of the Novgorod Veliki or Novgorod the Great, and then it was included into the Moscow Empire. So in this monument reflects the culture of the bottom of the settlement next to Ob. And the field research have taken a significant share among the finds. So we have found more than 168 findings. Out of the total amount of the findings, the majority of it were items made out of birch bark, fragments made of wood, from wet wood, and part of it relates to the textiles.
More detailed information about our finds, as I said. Well, those were birch bark and wet wood. Most of the finds are birch bark ware, including fragments and elements of birch bark ware, most of them deformed, cracked, disintegrated a bit, but still most of them were flexible when they were taken up. Wet wood items were mostly preserved, some well preserved, also some bone and horn finds. I'd like to share with you, and you can see them here. Some of them were ornamented, are ornamented. These slides show one of the finds, ornamented bone item. We took pictures in situ of it, microphotographs of the bone item, and then we drew it up. This slide shows a fragment of wool, felt, and it's microphotography. Some fragments of woven braid. Field conservation now. The main aim of the field conservation lab is to stabilize the state of items straight from the cultural layer and then taking them to the lab for further research and restoration. Restoration activities included safe lift-ups, packing and transportation to the laboratory, removal of dirt, treatment with antiseptic, reinforcement of material, and then, like I said, packing and getting them ready for delivery for shipment. Safe removal is one of the most responsible stages of this work. All birchmark finds, before they were removed, a 3% water antiseptic vitamin B was used to treat them, and they were packed. They were taken out by monolith or without any tools. For large-sized ones, we used a substrate and a paper shield, and we used these little clips. Bone finds. These finds were reinforced in situ by acreo dispersion by primal SS24 in a ratio of 1:3 with an acrylic dispersion. Removal of loose soil contamination. We did it by this long brush. Secondary cleaning of birchbark items did in the dry manner, and with a brush. Once it was done, it was plasticized in an airtight chamber with hot cans of water in it. Reinforce or strengthening of material. Artifact material. Initially, we wanted to use Prextov B500 to strengthen birchmark artifacts, but this process in the field never worked out because of high humidity and further works. We did them in the restoration lab of our center. Here you see the results of our work, 2 fragments of ornamented birch bark vessel. And you see here clearly the work we did. Packing of artifacts and getting them ready for transportation. It takes a special place in the activities of field conservation because it is packing that keeps items isolated from weather and safe from mechanical damage. We packed it into different boxes using filtering paper. Packing of wet wood is really tricky, so you need to pay more attention to it. You need to be accurate about it. The packing of wet wood, we did it with the manual vacuum pump and vacuum packets with hydrogel, also with a cotton disc with a 55% solution of ketamine B. This one shows you one of the unique finds of this from this field season. It's an element. You can see a fragment of wood with a picture, ornamentation picture in it, and it's well preserved. This slide lists all of the stages of packing when it comes to wet wood. Photography. This field season, you know, we improved our work on photography in situ in order to understand the state of preservation of the finds we find, and to make sure they stay in a good shape and to monitor their state. We do this. In the left, you see a picture, an in situ picture of zoological material. On the right, of a bark find. The field works we did involved investigations and the measurements of pH values, and we picked samples from the area where we were digging, and the results were benchmarked against the scale pH of 4. pH equaled 4, as we found, which gave us the understanding of how pH affects bone finds or similar material finds. It leads to cracks. I mean, variations in the pH level leads to the formation of cracks. Believed that after dissolution in acid, hydrohypoxides dissolve and lead to destruction of collagen material cracks. Bone disintegrates because of that. But in order to understand the impact of the climatic conditions and the temperature and humidity environment on the finds, we measured the temperatures and the humidity. The slide here shows one of the measurements we took. It also shows them in squares, and also comparisons with the temperature and humidity environment or values in the field during daytime. And the material B500, the solution we used, was not working in these temperature and humidity conditions, so we took finds straight to the lab. But during the field conservation activities, we stabilized the state of many organic material finds, and we also used new materials like Primal SS24. It was a new thing for us. Blackstone B500 does not work well in the temperature and humidity conditions, and also we took soil samples. Thank you very much for your attention. Can we let our speaker go, or any questions there? Okay, since you're still with us, why not indulge ourselves with a question? You had a slide, Alexander, which showed ornamented birch bark. It says the face side. It says also the face side. Where is the ornament? But English says the reverse side, the back side. A slight mistake on my part. I apologize. Yes, it shows the back side. Sorry for my mistake. ornamented birch bark vessels, the ones we're working with right now. And this is one of them. It's one of the best examples of the vessels that we have managed to find, and this is was found in the field season of 2020, and this one shows a picture prior to restoration, and here you see a drawing, a sketch of this of the ornament of this birch bark item. When and where are you going to put them on display, these little beauties, these little goodies? Our plan is that the whole collection that we have gathered will be delivered to the Museum of Nature of the Khanty-Mansiysk region, and I think that the birch bark elements, and we will publish a paper on the birch bark elements and their states of preservation, so where we will focus on the influence of temperature and humidity on birch bark finds, because the squares you see in this table, we derived them from the amounts of finds in these squares. And these squares showed a specific amount of organic material. So there is an equation. There is a formula behind that. There is math behind that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Online, Anastasia Engelgard, Georgy Shadi. Experience of conservation of, changes in archaeology, types, periods, and specific features of identification and safety.
Hello, dear participants of the conference. Please start the screen demonstration, please. Okay. So I'll be launching my presentation. The presentation is quite big, but please stick to the timing. Yes. I'll try to unfold this as full screen. So we're not yet seeing the presentation. Yeah, I allowed everything. So, just once again, I have to start. Let's try once again. Well, launch the screen demonstration. We don't see it.
Сейчас меня слышно?
Извините, прошу прощения, технический специалист с вами на связи. Мы видим только экран вашего телефона. Мы предлагаем следующим образом. Вы вашу презентацию запустим сами, чтобы этого не возникало, а вы будете играть следующий слайд. Вы его будете видеть.
Хорошо, у меня там просто на экране демонстрируется. Хорошо, тогда давайте вернемся чуть-чуть назад. Если это моя презентация уже пошла, потому что я сейчас пока, вы подождите, пока мы еще нет.
So, yes, we can see the first slide. So I stop my demonstration then? Yes, I can see the presentation. So, the next slide. The presentation will tell us about the fans, hand fans. in the archaeological findings. So this spring, I was speaking to Krum Altenbekov in terms of fans in the archaeology, and now there is a need to deliver such work. So the fans, the two countries can be the motherland of the hand fans. They were used in India and in Venice. It was there, and in Australasia. So where it was hot and humid, and there were loads of insects, and there are the big fans. There's a big fans, and there are small ones. The small ones were in India and in Venice when the whole thing just started. There are brise fans. These are slates, and they're limited by films. The second one is they're having a screen from the leather or from the paper or from laces. So also we have feather fans. It's foldable, but it's with feather. Plus there are also other fans, household fans. These are just to improve the condition of fire or to be used in with the stoves. They are very simple. All people have it, and we have it in Siberia. And they are made from the tissue of tails. Just leave this one. These fans, they are as being. Well, now you can see the demonstration of different of the big one and the small one. The one is from Tutankhamun and flabellum of the Pope. So the fans of the Pope, this is Catholic religious ceremony. There are manual ones, and so the structure remains the same over thousands of years. Here you can see Eastern fans. Now the first one is Indian. Like there's a flat turning around the handle. And two types of Chinese fans. They look like with silk or with paper, with embroidery or without embroidery. The frame was made out of bamboo, and it can be steel as well. So such fans exist without any changes. There's the decoration changes. So these are the foldable fans. The first one is from England, Museum of Victoria and Albert. So the screen from the screen, and then there's brise. The slides, I really cannot see them in the Zoom. We can resolve it somehow. So in the second is in brise. This is the Chinese sample in the Metropolitan Museum in the United States. This is China, 1868. Next slide, please. The chronology, these are the fixed ones. So the embroidery. So there are other materials. So the first archaeological findings were Egypt fans from the burials of Tutankhamun. I have just and China, Emperor Huangdi, 2697 year AD. Foldable ones, they were invented in Japan in the 8th century AD, and archaeological finds dated there. And then this is a surprise. This fan that is on this slide, the round one, it was invented around in Europe, but that is the thumbstone, the Roman thumbstone from Carlisle, England, not far from the Wall of Hadrian, which was done. So, absolutely modern structure of the cocar fan that we have found, despite the fact that it was like 2,000 years ago. So, how they appeared in Europe and in Russia, we've seen they were made out of feathers. In the ancient Greece they existed, and in the ancient Rome, and the big ones were called flabella. In the Christian Europe, the fans have appeared. These with the flabellums, so they were in the Christian and the Orthodox tradition. They have a more like a limited. They called repeats, and they used in the ceremonials in Russia. And the foldable ones, they brought it from China. The Portugal trades them in the 16th century, and Russia, that we are have quite an unfriendly climate, was not proposed to the invention and usage of the fans, and they were just imported for many times. In 1629, number of the fans is just mentioned, and one of them was the foldable ones with encasement out of a soft velvet. And another interesting fact, it is mentioned in the book of Zabelin that at the end of the 17th century, the masters from there, they were giving the family, the Tsar's family, the fans. So the first portrait of having a fan in Russia, so Marfa Apraxina, but she has a great fan of a very fine work that is from the collection of the State Historical Museum. The next one, fans, they are made of the organics. They're made from bone, from mammoth, elephants, sea cows, and from wood as well, from turtles, from feathers, and pergamon. Pergamon was used as the screen of the fan, and various stones were used. The veer, there is a regimen how to own it. If it belonged to the ladies, no. For a very long time, it was of the power. If you have found the fan, don't think that it's especially the ancient one. Most probably that will be the men's fan. The ladies' accessories, they become closer to the 19th century. And the fan must also, it is an indicator. So the tradesmen, they brought them to Europe. That was a great diplomatic present. That's an indicator of the power and the selectivity. So must be expensive embroidery, expensive dress. To portrait, I would put all the very best straight away. So when you see the portrait with the fan, especially of the 16th or 17th century, for the attempt of using the fans in South America and in China, that the people were prosecuted for using the fans and not having an authority to use them. Next slide, please. So, if they are expensive, they were operated and they were fixed. The damages, the damaged screens, they were replaced. The damaged handles, they were replaced. Where was to be fixed? Worn out elements, broken elements would go to additional units for link restriction and the fan, if it was fragmented, he would, or if the upper part was broken. Very often it was transformed into the children's fan. Pretty much all of the fans that I have studied for 27 years, down till the end of it, they were like, the majority of them, they were the fans of grown-ups. What if the fan, when Mikhail Fedorovich was in place, that was 56 rubles. They were not thrown away, really, because they were very, very expensive. How can you understand that you find a fan? It's very easy to identify it because of the thin slates connected in one or in one place by the shaft. Plus, you can identify it by the very fine ornamentation. The fan in itself can also be identified, the manual fan, by the handle, and it might contain the parts of the inserts. You know, we just see the presentation. Unfortunately, your internet is very bad.
Я видео останавливаю.
Okay, then. Unfortunately, inaudible. And will the screen remain, you know, made out of silk or of bamboo or paper, depending on the conditions how it is stored? Unfortunately, inaudible. You kind of fall out with your internet. We can either hear you or we don't hear you. And now we do not hear you.
Так слышно?
Yes, now we can hear you. Great. From the Chinese fans, a beautiful handle will remain, or maybe the frame. The silk maybe will survive it, but the handle will remain with certain ornamentation or with the expansion where you can put the slates into there. If you find something looking like a fan, there's a short instruction. If it is a grave before the 17th century, that might be a very rich person, a very authoritative person. And it was a present or it was a trophy, maybe purchased at a time. That's confirming the highest status of the person being died, and he used to have connections with abroad where the fans were produced. If it is a residential area, there must have been a catastrophe, because otherwise it would have taken out with other valuables, to sell it later down the stage. If it's 19th century or late, it was just lost, but it was easier to fix it. If it's 20th century, and you can see cheap materials like cheap wood, it is just broken and lost. That's it. Nothing special here. Next slide. So the examples of fans in the archaeology, that from the Tver United Museum, that is the fragment of the slate of Verbrise, and most probably on the technique of the execution. That is the Holmagori carving on the wood, around end of 1860s, 1870s. And how this silhouette and this breakage, that was when it got hit on the land, it was reassembled. Next slide, please. And it was used. Similar one. It's taken from the Vita website. I know them very well. Tradesmen really loved it, because this is very solid fan. It was matching everything, and it was quite a long-lasting one. This is a plié fan, which must have a screen. Also, it's taken from the Goscatalog website. It's dated the 17th century. And on the character of the slates, it's 1890, because in the 18th century, just a plain fan, it must be carved. Really, it must be decorated. It was not there. Next slide. I am based on the knowledge of the exact silhouettes of the 18th century. That's from Mary Costello, the fan, Dublin. She brings the main silhouettes, and they has to be carved. All of them has to be carved, and the proportions were different as well. And that's how this whole project. A bone fan from Sviarsk. This fan was found in the 2014. On the character of threading and execution, the fan was supposed to be, must be the length of 27 centimeters. We only have like 10. The material is tsevka, quite a specific execution, but the fan is very interesting and it is rare. So the next one, that is 1847. That's where it was found. It was found in the alluvium with various inclusions, the layer of the 19th century. And the monastery is next to it. So next slide, please. That's the unfolding of the fan. As you can see, the surface was cleaned. On the character of the threading and the head of the fan, I can say that it dates back to around 1770, 1780. And the slates are of uneven thickness, and they're not that well ornamented. Next slide, please. That is the sample that I can be based on date-wise. This is the 1783. That is the French one dedicated to the first launch of the air balloon. Are very similar in terms of designs. The uniqueness is, after looking at all of the materials, that it was produced by Moscow fan factory that was opened in Moscow by Petr Filatov. So, and after he passed away, the quality of the items was going down. So it's not French, and it's not Chinese, it was Russian. Based on the materials and execution, it was our Russian fan. Still, when it was there, like 27 centimeters in length, the cost of it was at least 1 ruble. And it was expensive, it was not fragmented. Does have the upper part. So it was to the trades lady, or respecting the lady, Sviarsk was. We do not have much time. So the fan is unique. There are none of the Russian fans. Very precise dating. Form is simple. And this is a unique fan, especially for Sviarsk. Something have happened to the lady. There was a tragedy or something. Or she has decided to go to the monastery. And no one liked fans in the monastery, so maybe they have broken them out and someone have thrown it away. Next slide. A very interesting object, the fan from Mangazia, from Yamala-Nenets exhibition complex. This is the Mangazee. Next slide, please. I suppose that was something like that, if it is really a fan. That's how it looked, or it had a feather. This is the Italian fan. Most probably the purpose is different, but such sizes and such execution. There's a large possibility that that was a fan. If it was a fan, how it came to Mangazier? It was very rich, only from abroad, trading with English, Holland, and other tradesmen. Why it was there? Something sudden have happened with his owner. The fan would have taken and would have been sold if it would have been required. That was a pure rarity. Maybe it had a different purpose. Thank you so much. I do hope that this instruction how to understand that you are observing a fan, I do hope that that was useful for you. I thank you a lot for your attention. Anastasia, thank you so much. Yeah, we can just let her go. There are no more additional questions, and we're outside of time. And we have another report to go of Anna Pazerov and Olga Shvets, the experience of conservation of the charred wooden objects from Tesnin burial mounds, Skalnaya 5 from Khakas Republic settlement.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. The experience of conservation of charred wooden elements from the Tessinsk crypt that our museum did, our museum of the history of peoples of Siberia and the Far East, And we are doing preservation works across different regions of Siberia and the Far East. But today, let's go to Khakassia. It's where it's located, the Republic of Khakassia. The crypts and tombs across the Republic of Khakassia are of much interest. Since they've been robbed many times, they still yield a lot of interesting finds. In August 2021, while preservation works were being done, when the second at the stop of Kamyshtau Itak, our expedition found an elite crypt of the Tessinsk culture, Kurgan Skalne 5. We called it. This is where they are building the second line of a railway. So some excavations had to be performed. The Tessinsk culture is the early stage of the Tagansk culture, followed by the Tashik's culture. Let's talk about the tomb, the crypt. Behind the stones, there was a log crypt with a multi-tier log beams. We found the remains of two-tier chambers, poles, and this crypt was used for a long time. New bodies were buried, the previous were removed. Then they were moved to the center, and the tomb was set alight during some traditional festivities. But the fire went out due to lack of oxygen. Obviously, that's why it still remains. It has also been robbed. The central part has been disturbed. In situ are the edges of this crypt. This is what we want to take a better look at. Let's take the northern eastern part of the log structure. I'm not going to tell you about this great crypt, but about the items, little items we found in this part of the tomb. It's coming up. Okay. In this angle, northern and western part of it, we found 12 finds covered by some wool, and this wool fabric covered the inflow of oxygen, decreasing the temperature, protecting them from full burn. This is another angle of it. This picture does not show any items, but if you look here, some of them can be seen. All of them are charred, but they are still intact. We see fragments of wool, a board, and an icon with a hole. And they are remnants of charred wool. They were taken out with the surrounding culture ground together with a monolith and wool. Then the lab removed the wool, but it made the items degrade, made them less intact. See, it's very tricky because once it's out of the ground, the material has to adapt to the environment, to the new environment. So it starts to lose its quality. So you have to take them out properly, but you also have to do conservation activities before taking measurements or photographs or making the report. Otherwise, you will get the only thing you will have just a picture and not the materials. We received them in fragmented, fragile states. All of them having cracks through and through, some losses of wood fiber. The archaeologists we were working with said, this dish was intact. This cup was once intact, but this is how we got it at the lab. it's hard to expect them to preserve insects, microorganisms, plants, roots of plants will damage them, and charred wood is also common. This kind of wood has no organic components that would be attractive for biological microorganisms. Let's take a look at what happened to the structure of this charred wood. When heated up to 100 degrees Celsius, it dries, moisture goes away, integrity goes up, but over 100 Celsius, the chemical connections degrade. At 200 Celsius, the wood loses about 35% of its overall mass because of vapors, volatile gases, and organics. And you see that there is also loss of cellulose. Below 300 Celsius, thermical decomposition is endothermical, so heat is absorbed. It depends on the mechanism of heating. When it's over 300 Celsius, thermical decomposition happens because of exothermical reactions with the heat produced, which happens because of decomposition of cellulose and lignin. Highly flammable gases and resins are produced. The processes that decompose or degrade the material into simpler molecular compounds is called pyrolysis. When there is oxygen, pyrolysis happens. Pyrolysis happens without oxygen, but then when there is oxygen, all the vapors in the charred atom will be set on fire. Where there is no oxygen, there is flammable gases and resins being produced, and the degradation of cellulose leads to production of coal, progressing decomposition of resin with exothermic reactions are shown in the three pictures in the lower part. We have pressure created by gases produced by chemical changes in the structure of cellulose, which leads to lower pressure and different velocities of decomposition of cellulose and lignin, which makes pressure within the coal, leading to micro and macro cracks, making the atom more hygroscopic. Physical changes in the structure of wood result in a fragile, mechanically irresistant material, sensitive to fluctuations of air pressure, which needs reinforcement. But you need to respect it. You need to keep it because it demonstrates the ways of the past. The decoration techniques, the craftsmanship techniques. Before restoration, we tested the conservation methods on a few of the fragments. Dry surface cleaning by a brush showed the cracks in the material, and we saw some soil dirt. Then we immersed them in a spirit bath to clean them. The fragile fragments were cleaned by a brush. Absorption of solvents is risky for the integrity of charred material. When being dipped in a solvent, cracks were found in those atoms, and many of those atoms were started to disintegrate right away. Those were fragments, not whole items. So no dipping, we realized, because wood, is dry. However, these atoms came from a very waterlogged site, but they were restoration works on them started only a year later, and they had dried up over that time. The wood was dry, like I said, but you need to do it all anyway. Spirit removes these parts, places of dirt, unveiling, laying and burying the places, the spots of treatment. impregnation and cleaning, improves the integrity of charred wood. It keeps it safe from new cracks. And the structure of it was fixed by changing spirit to paraloid 72. It used to be a 5% concentration but there were too many cracks. So then we took it down, the concentration, to 3%. Ethanol was mixed with the primary solvent, but we removed acetone from this solution. Okay. This helped us keep the fragments in place and keep the cracks from spreading. So it was very soft, the impregnation process. Then we performed a slow dry for 24 hours under a lid. Then the fragments were put together and glued together by paraloid 82 in a concentration of 30%, and we monitored them. A few days later, some of the fragments had unglued, which meant bad impregnation, and then we used a 10% solution of paraloid to treat them. Some of the items had lost some of the most important elements to deduce what they looked like, and since we're dealing with fragile material, you need a soft solution to remove dirt. 3:5 solution of coal dust was chosen, and a PVB 15% solution. These two were combined together. Coal dust. A drilling machine produced finely dispersed black dust, and when you mix it together, it looked like gum. And then it was put into the places that had been lost as a gap, as a filler, and the glue was fixed in place by 20% concentration paraloid. See, paraloid is very interesting. It looks like plastic in this. When you are using it in this concentration, it starts to look like plastic, and the surface becomes glossy. It's one of the disadvantages of it. And this gloss you saw in the first picture, we removed it by acetone. It's also soft, or softer, in terms of its content properties. It's easier to use it for mixing. It provides better mixing. It's easier to use it for treatment. We use the diamond drill bits for the treatment, and a cotton swab washed in acetone. The lower part of the original surface, we did no toning. Polaroid blackened surface, but here it's black. Sorry, it's coal we used, so it resulted in no unnatural changes of color. Based on the test, we came up with a program of restoration for the rest of the items. We worked out the details during the process. Some of the fragments there you see on the slide. This is a program that we came up with. I have just told you everything. Just reinforcement mastics for seams through gluing. We did it to keep unnecessary excessive moisture away from the seams, because some of the seams were completely through. They had formed because some material deformations had occurred because of uncontrolled drying of this material. And we have been monitoring the restored items, and the methods has proved well. Absorption of impregnation material has proved well. The charred material has become less sensitive to humidity and temperature changes. Now they can be put on display and used for further research. Thank you. But this is what we're gonna keep doing. We're gonna keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay. On this wonderful note, we wrap up this session. We're really behind schedule. So we won't be starting the next session in 5 minutes. Let's have a quick coffee and then come back. The first speech will be delivered by Marshid Raji. So please make it back in time for her wonderful speech.
Ну вот я просто не... Ну вообще. Тогда будем там, наверное, собирать, потому что я просто не рискнула назначить какое-то время, не будучи хозяйкой. Так, а это, по-моему, местная была, да? Здесь лежала.
Точно не мое.
Есть, значит, может быть.
Хотел еще это.
Так, значит, у нас получается здесь
Отлично. Экранчики есть. Так. А листать?
листать, видимо. А вот это что такое у нас?
Ну, вот какой-то пульт.
Вот, видимо, это вот. Это назад. Как раз назад.
Ага. Зеленый вперед, красный назад. Да? Хорошо.
А курсор или нету, да?
Ну, ничего страшного.
Ну ладно, вот.
Все. Тебе сидеть вот здесь.
just in the restoration on antiquity civilization and the restoration of wood or event church, I think. With his murals on wood, walls, stone, and marble. Its ceilings and walls were decorated with the Damascus ornament, which is wonderful decorated motif and plant format. In addition to the replicas, the Durant, these houses dance back to the 50th country, and we watch the Berlin and New York and the Doha Museum. It was done with the special half first decoration of this. What their numbering and international information historically about it and in places of the Masalite York, where the wood surveyed Hardumi, Hard Baladi, country, Imperial, and the wood was swinging orange star for the scaled and preserved the inspected. And we are not
всех еще предупредить, окинуть. У нас просто время действительно сегодня к вечеру. Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день еще раз.
Hello, dear colleagues. So the time is 12:50. We can start our section. I am the moderator. Is Dennis Tishin, and the secretary is Pavel Fedan. So the report that was supposed to be at 10 o'clock, it will go first. As far as I understand, that will be a video recording. So we'll have a look at the video. I guess there will be no questions. So the first report in our section is Mersht Raja. So that's the restoration of homemade wooden ceilings in Damascene houses. So yeah, please look at the screen.
In the restoration on Etiquette Shiblazer, and the restoration of wood orivans church icons and the prison Mars. I bring you from the city of Damascus, Jasmine, which contains hundreds of beautiful houses with his murals on wood, walls, stone, and marble. Its ceiling and walls were decorated with the Ajam Damascus ornament, which is wonderful decorated motif and blood format. In addition to the replicas, the adornment, these houses date back to the 70th country, and we watch the Berlin and New York and the Doha Museum. It was done with the special halls first decoration of this. What's their numbering and international information historically about it, and in similarities of the materials used. Where the wood Suwed, Haldumi, Halbaladi country in Syria, and the wood was using oriental for the scaled and preceded the inspected. And we are not stringing to you the best of antiquates to amend. Instead, we inject the internal structure of the wood with tips of animal glue, and addition to the exercise of primal and paraloid. We often explain the materials used properly. Protection is blinded from the camellia materials and paraloid wood, which has some color pigments and machine drawings are dull deep B symmetry will maintain the difference between the gradients to the special the restored old from the new, and we talk in an umbrella jewel. We work of fill the folds and call the holes with a bust or spread glue letters and hem, in addition to in November of from is materials and repeating the fisting with the simple
Видимо, видео.
So I guess the video have completed. So it's either on the technical measures.
Все.
That's it in the video. We were done with the video, so we can give the round of applause to our colleague from Damascus. And thank you so much. And now let's move to the next presentation.
Как по программе. Ольга Николаевна.
This is Olga Ilinskaya, Galina Yakovleva, and Danilaev Maxim, microorganisms that are damaging the art objects and avoidance of biodestruction. What can we do? Measures to eliminate the biodestruction. Dear Chairman, the Chairman, dear friends and colleagues, so we are a special group of scientists that never related to the museum work directly to the restoration and conservation of it. Our scientific group is made out of people who are professionals in microbiology of the Kazan Federal University, and the technical guys that represent Kazan Aviation Institute, named after Tupolev, and we are also members of the Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Tatarstan. What I will do my best to stick to the timing, and really would like to attract attention to our own research that we do, and that relate that the sustainability and resistance of the biological object towards the microbial damage. So I used art objects, and this can be anything, not only what interests you. This can be archaeological, everything, well, pretty much everything, because in our work we really wanted to create the most strict to the microbial destruction, various modern materials. So you are aware of the term called biocorrosion, and biocorrosion relates to the majority of the art objects. Biodestruction, that is a deeper term, and it stands for the complete dissolution of, and the biocorrosion is the wide spectrum of various microbial effects. And the microorganisms can be absolutely different, but we are not concentrated on the messes and lichen fungus that is more related to south. And you can see here the magnificent picture how the stone is getting covered with moss. So we are targeting biodestruction in the southern part of Russia and our neighbors. What can I say here? Well, biodestruction, pretty much all of the objects are affected by it. And you can see the monument from the institute here. You can see the wooden objects, and the majority of microorganisms that cause biocorrosion, they relate to the fungi. So I've decided to put an accent onto the wood, and it is known that the damage by fungus, almost 90% of all of the damages, the conditions for the growth of the fungus is a humidity, temperature of around 25 degrees, and the presence of spores of fungus, and they're everywhere. And if I would have brought I would have opened it, I would have taken it home, then tomorrow I could show you how much fungi grows here. Spores are present in the air, we bring it with us here, and it is absolutely normal that we carry spores around. Micromyceta of the fungus, they're everywhere, and they're present in the huge amount of the surrounding area. The way back, like in the bacteria, if we pay attention to the bacterial destruction of cellulose, then we'll be able to understand that those biocorroding agents, the bacteria refer that are present here, cytophags, they, as organolytics, they produce ferments that hydrolyze the cellulose, and then the glucose, they intake it as feedstuff. Well, to our happiness, or say to your happiness, the bacteria of cytophags, cellulolytic bacteria, they do not produce any spores. So thermal treatment, drying, well, like very simple methods of treatment of the wood, relate to the fact that cytophags pass away. Well, the fungus, they behave differently. Micromycetes, for them, they do not have the substrate that they cannot use as the source of food. So you're aware, maybe not on the basis, but even at home in the corners, you see it growing. Where does it take the organics to grow? And the tiniest impurities are enough, and the residues of organics in the air. For instance, that cellulose, amino acids, and it grows. And what happens next? And when it grows, many fungi can use not their own substrate, which is called heterotrophic. In the way as we eat, we oxidate the things that we need. But the part of fungi, they can fix to create the body. Of course, they do not photosynthesis. They don't do photosynthesis. But in parallel cycles, they can consume part of the carbon acid. Of course, the priority of them is the light and easily accessible substrates. And of course, cheese is a positive environment for them. But they can use synthetic substrate of called xanobiotics, such as PEG, that is used for arts objects, low molecular sugar, caramelized. They can also use it a bit of wetness, and that's it. They will grow. The worst thing of it that with any growth of micromyceta, they produce spores, and those spores, they penetrate pretty much everywhere. It is difficult to get rid of them. And even in our conditions, into the microbiological lab, which is certified in the boxed and closed conditions, sooner or later they appear. And I'd like to say once again, and what was mentioned by many reporters, you were always saying about the oxygen, that it, really destroys the wooden. And dear friends, oxygen, in this case, it has like a side input, because pretty much all of the cellulose destroying microorganisms. They are aerobic, so they oxidate the substrate and they bring the electrons to the kислород. And the oxygen is the final acceptor. And that is why in the atmosphere of oxygen there's loads of destruction happening, way more destruction happening. What's at the bottom where there's anaerobic? Right over there the conditions are better because the cellulitic microorganisms, there are not many of them familiar, around 20 types, and they are thermophiles. So they'll grow at the temperature higher than 30 degrees. And it's a very rare thing. So, being dipped in the non-oxygenous atmosphere, they are preserved better. I'm not going to stop here too much. I can say that these Micromyceta, they belong to the huge diversity of various classes and types. They have different in terms of their destructive activity and their ferment activity, and there are very many of them, and of course there is a tendency that to fight them we need to study their individual characteristics. In addition to that, Micromyceta, they damage wood, monuments, and they damage as 400 of those fungus. They called mycosis. And unfortunately, the statistics shows that every 5th person is having a mycosis. That is, I will omit it because that brings in the medical part of it. Just about our research, we were dealing with preservation of manuscripts. Ayrat Sidikov is our renowned professor. He was the lead over there, and we were testing standardized solutions in the biocide dry steam. It's produced in various modifications for paper, for wood, for stone. So we start with a very liquid consistency with a very dense solution. Does it affect as the preserving agent? Yes, it works. Some pages of the Arabic manuscripts were well preserved, so we have checked on the microbes. First we inhibited many of them. A year later it was renewed because of the spores. The spores of the fungus, they remain because this we have to put it, as you do it, into the separate box with the creation of the atmosphere. So in order to preserve the calligraphy and the print, and that the paper won't. The other way, there is Rosima is widely used. They're not that expensive. Also, we did processing of the stoneware of the stone foundries in the buildings. It was quite successful. So the fungi is not growing there, but loads of it. It's a great antifungal. This will go. But the arts objects cannot be treated. Well, to test, this is like a model, so no one was giving us a great objects to test on that have value. And as a model, we have taken the samples of the organic. So polycarbonate, methyl acrylate, and triplex, they are transparent. These are the pieces. Why did we take them? We have taken them because on them we can measure the loss of transparency, mechanical adhesion capabilities. well, different characteristics of it. And we were covering them with lacquer, specialized lacquer, where it gives like a very fine film. And it was invented by Maxim Danilayev at the Kazan Aviation Institute. So, when depositing into the lacquer, into the finish and the temperature of drying, you'll say, well, 150 degrees, why do we need it? So the cellulose, but this lacquer can be dried at 150. It can be dried like for in the room conditions, but it will just take a couple of days. So in this experiment, it has importance because the polycarbonate is used in the modern objects as well as in the construction of the city, the construction of airplanes, when it is the illuminators on the airplanes are done from those materials. The finish is the polymer composition. It's called polysiloxane with inclusions of silica, and it forms a mesh on the surface of the object to which we apply it. And in this case, we underwent tests with two types that have a generally applicable. So the samples covered with polysiloxane, we have positioned them into the wet tropical center, and they stayed there for like almost a year. So we really want to say that this so that it protects our samples. And the second option is we did in the labs, in our lab, in addition to the methods confirmed by GOST, we have taken aspergills, penicills, we have prepared this suspension of spores, we have checked, see, they grow on the Petri cups, then we sprayed them onto the samples, and we have put them into the container, and then in the solution with the spores of the fungi. And here the experience, or the test was performed for 21 days. At the end of the experiment, so the samples from Vietnam, and we have taken the samples of the organic glasses covered by polysiloxane from our lab, and we did the microscopy. Just have a look how small, there were not that many fungi damage the surfaces, and really the growth, it is very minimal, and it is very good. So if we would have taken the sample that we put into the Petri cup, it was growing tremendously. And why these objects are getting damaged in the first place? Well, while they start growing, they synthesize loads of organic acids. And the worst one, this is the Aspergillus niger, the black aspergill. You can see in the spectrum of the organic acids. But just imagine that this is happening on wood. Then with the hydrolysis will happen, and the object will be destroyed, and the small molecules of glucose, they will be used by the fungi, and it will continue to grow. And we have also measured all the optical and mechanical characteristics of those organic plates, and we have found that the non-transparency, so the damage of it through the surface, changes very gradually. So it got changed, it increased in the year in less than 6%. So that is the amazing result, because if, well, we'll say that the airplane that flies to south is made out of triplex, it is not covered, then it doesn't become transparent. So the covered glass withstands such loads very well. On the second slide, we have a small decrease of adhesion, and that the joints between the samples on the right, see, they are uneven. Once again, but this is very, very small. The other one, they calculate the characteristics that can be measured by our technicians, as is transparency, throughput coefficient, wear and tear grade of the object after staying in the tropics, and after experiments in our lab. They changed. They almost didn't change, and that confirms that polysiloxane is a great preserving medium. Who was saying about leather or textiles to preserve them? Polysiloxane won't work for such objects because it will make them very rigid, and it won't the recurrent restoration. Plus, this is not a cheap thing, and most probably it can be used for the objects of small dimensions, particularly like wood, small wood, metallic objects, paper, and we really want to check it very seriously. And now I come to the end and to the very important part of my presentation. I'd like to propose to all of you who are interested, those who can give us additional information in terms of preservation of the objects of cultural heritage. So please be in contact with us, because we can run tests. And what I have not yet said, and the tests in natural conditions and tropics and in the lab conditions, they are, so it's not necessarily to bring the samples to Vietnam. We can do everything in the lab. And thanks to the people working on your specialties, we could modify various compounds to provide the optimum preservation of the objects. So you are mostly welcome, and thank you so much for your attention. Yes, thank you. Any questions? You have made an example that you create a siloxane lever, protective layer. It's a very good data that you have provided. I just thought now that, well, these silicon organics, it doesn't allow the moisture to penetrate. So doesn't it the fact that they get such a great results? I agree, yes, that there is an effect, but it was just the humidity. Then the psyllium organic layer, it does not allow the humidity to penetrate, and consequently your fungi, so there is no humidity, so they were not developing there. Is it possible? Well, you are right if it was not for the humidity, but just imagine the incubation of the samples in the tropical climate or in our lab in the chamber where there is humidity. If we purify everything there, put it into the sterile conditions, of course there will be no damage. But humidity here is important and exists in the nature. You will speak if I misunderstood something. We'll discuss. I want to say here, we will stop the axis of humidity, how the hydrophobization is performed, so that there is permeability by the vapors, but the humidity, the wet won't go there, or the water won't go. what if what will happen to the fungi if there's no wet? If you put them into the sterile conditions in the museum, they won't grow. They will just still. If there is a bit of damp material coming in, then the spores will come alive again. I'm not against hydrophobizators. So it's not quite clear what you have mentioned. We can discuss it over lunch, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much, Olga. And let's give her a round of applause, and we can move to the next report. It is online. Viktor Požidajev. And Yana Sergeyeva, the methods of IK, Fourier method of the spectrography. So please stick to the timing. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, we can perfectly hear you. So really, those that are listening over the Zoom, please switch on the microphone. It's because we're getting the comments. I represent the results on the possibility of use IR Fourier spectroscopy to find the type of the archaeological, to identify the type of wood. So that was done by the group of authors from the National Research Center of Kurchatov Institute. In the first place, I'd like to mention that currently the usage of the methods to study the cultural and historical objects, that is the interdisciplinary studies, and the target of our work is the conduct of research of possibility of the use of the infrared spectroscopy with the IC Fourier to study wood in Russia, as well as the development of the method of indication of the archaeological and museum objects. Consequently, as the main method that we have selected, that was the infrared Fourier spectroscopy, and one of the advantages of this method, the following factors should be mentioned. The first one is the absence of the need of to prepare the samples. That was the method. We can get the spectrum quite rapidly. And what is important for the archaeological and museum objects and samples, that to run the analysis, we just need a very small piece of it. So 1 or 2 millimeters of the sample is enough to run the research and to get decent results. Consequently, I can say that the IR Fourier spectroscopy give us the information on the functional groups and structural peculiarities of the structure of the molecules in the sample being examined to reach the targets that was set at the first stage of the research. We have studied more than 100 objects of the modern wooden, of hardwood and softwood of Russia. Consequently, there was the list of the types of trees, and I shall note that in addition to typical trees such as birch, larch and cedar from Iran was provided to us.
Fourier spectrophotometry was used. 3 spectra in 3 repetitions were taken. The bands of absorption of the corresponding groups and connections was performed, and also we processed large masses of information for pine and for hardwood separately. A little diversion. Botanics-wise, classification into hardwood and softwood is not really correct. They use some different classifications, but I'm gonna stick to hardwood and softwood. Based on the data we obtained and the analysis we made, 5 characteristics of band of absorption were found. In the left, you see the typical spectrums of absorption of contemporary wood. It's softwood and hardwood. An analysis established 5 characteristic bandwidths: 16, 66, 1593 back centimeters. It's there for softwood 3 bandwidths. Look, here marked are 3 main bandwidths. For hardwood, only 2 stark bandwidths of absorption. 15, we have a band of absorption in the lane of 909 back centimeters. For hardwood, in the area of 505 back centimeters. 1270, 1220 back centimeters -1 in the spectrums of softwood and hardwood. There are 2 bands of absorption. But for hardwood, for softwood, the intensity of 1 band is higher. And it's contrary to the band of the hardwood. For softwood, 1265 band is more intensive. For softwood, for hardwood, 1230 centimeters -1. 930 centimeters -1 was also found. 1 band there may have the same position. 896 -1 centimeters, 872 -centimeters. It's for softwood. For hardwood, about 830 centimeters -1. Another interesting area is 815, 805 centimeters -1. For softwood, there is a band of absorption in the area of 810 centimeters -1, but for the hardwood items there is no such band. So based on that, we opined that identification of wood would have 5 characteristic bands or areas, and then we tested it at the next stage of the research. We tested this method we had developed. The Institute of Archaeology gave us 14 samples of archaeological wood. And you know, those were blind samples. A sample with an identification number. No descriptions, no records pertaining to those samples. We knew nothing of the age or of the type of wood, and the samples who had been given had been pre-identified by optical microscopy. So, for each sample was taken absorption spectrums. The left slide shows you the IR, the typical IR spectrums. On the right, some of the details are more detailed, let's put it like that. Once we started analyzing and investigating the samples, we focused on the 5 areas we had identified as characteristic when studying modern, contemporary samples. Archaeological samples have only 3 informative samples: 1505, 1515, 805 and 815, and 17 something, 1770, 1750, 811, 809 centimeters minus 1. We believed it was found in most of the items, but it was not found in all of the samples, but in many samples. In 1505, 1515 centimeters minus 1 areas showed in softwood samples. All of them had a band in 1509, 05 centimeters. It was kind of shifted in, and the most promising method for identification of archaeological wood samples is 1270, 1205. No, it's 1500, 1200 centimeters. It's shown here because they have 2 bands of absorption for softwood and for hardwood, but the spectrums for softwood, the intensity of the lane, 1270, 1205 centimeters minus 1 is more intensive than for the second band. However, hardwood shows the reverse tendency. The most intensive band is in 1235, 1220, and the less intensive in the 1270, 1260 back centimeters. So we gave our results of work to the staff of the museum, to the professionals. They gave us the descriptions as to where each and every sample had been found and excavated. We dated them, we aged them, and what's most valuable for us, they identified wood by optic microscopy. We complemented it with our own data. We inserted the results we had found for the 3 characteristic areas of the IR spectrum, in the IR spectrum, and then we added the identification that we offered. And what we saw was that based on the characteristic bands by IR Fourier method, IR Fourier method can help identify accurately types of wood. It was 100% match for identification between hardwood and softwood based on the identification that had previously been performed by optic spectroscopy, and based in the research we did into hardwood and softwood by IR spectroscopy, we found the bands of absorption. We also identified the functional groups of variations, fluctuations of chemical structures of wood. The IR spectrums analysis showed areas of absorption. For hardwood and softwood, 5 characteristic bands were proposed, and based on those, we attempted to identify samples of our archaeological wood, which helped us determine that the most informative ones, the most informative bands with good reproductivity and verificability, only 3 bands fit into that category, and the most promising and trustworthy is the band of absorption 1270, 1220 centimeters minus 1. It's that band the most trustworthy one. We thank the lab of the Institute of Russian Academy of Science, Alexei Karpukhin and Lydia Solovyova. And we thank their lab, and we thank them for providing us with the wood and for the identification methods of wood with optical microscopy. And I would like to thank the organizer of this conference. Any questions? Yes, we do have questions. Interesting report. Out of curiosity, I want to know how the sample really looks like. Did you even them out in terms of width, dampness, and what are the functional groups? Phenol or hydroxide? I didn't want to tell you much about the second part. Well, the first part of your question. Archaeological samples, archaeological wood samples were always little 1 to 2 millimeters. As for the thickness, our method doesn't really take that into account. It doesn't affect it much. It works both with small sized and large sized samples. You just have to take the spectrum. The second part of your question, answering that. Well, yes, there is chemistry. I didn't want my slides to be too chemical, but you see that one of the most component of wood is a lignin, which has a complicated structure. It has a monomer chains, and phenyl propane structural circles are one of the most components pairs of gideroxyphen propane circles. And each band of absorption had its own proposed variations of fluctuations of functional connections and all of that. But it was all verified. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. One more question. As far as I understand, that without any prior research, you can only tell whether it was softwood or hardwood. Yes, either softwood or hardwood. But whether it's pine or birch or something else, or birch or pine, we're still working that method out. We are still fine-tuning this method to dig deeper and to get us better results. Alexei Karpukhin, you can't see me, but I want to thank you anyways. It seemed to me that the samples we were given to you in full circles with the corresponding information. No repeated identification of wood after you did your works. We didn't do. We gave them to you. That's just a remark. I want to answer that. I'm just an employee, and I got blind samples, and I got the blind samples. You may have given us the circles, the records, but I was not privy to that. I only got this information after we got our results. It's all very trustworthy and verifiable. Yes, we did have the circles. I want to take it back to one of the slides. It's them. The cuts, but just a few of them. We needed to check how much of sample we could identify. We wanted to minimize the use of archaeological wood for that purpose. And another question, with a view to the future, how do you think? What do you feel? Archaeological wood is wood extracted from the cultural layer, but I'm a person with a humanitarian degree, so inspectors are more about chemistry. So the cultural layer, it damps wood once it's there, and I believe it brings about some chemical changes. When you're working, would it affect your work with archaeological wood? I get your question, yes. wet and dry wood, they have the same lignin making up their molecules. Analyzing contemporary wood gave us 5 characteristic bands. Archaeological wood, only 3 bands of the absorption because they were the most informative ones. Some changes will always be there, but some things in the structure will remain unchanged, and we believe that these 3 bands that we identified for archaeological wood remain constant and the same, because if you look at the chemical structure of it, you know, destroying or damaging lignin is not an easy task for nature. Some molecular fragments always remain the same, and these molecules, it is them that contribute to our research, because this is them that we are researching and gathering information from. So there is always some constant material that carries on over time, unaffected. Last question, I think. My question is, how long does it take to carry out one investigation from sample delivery to research outcome? Just a thought. Our lab of archaeology in the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnography, our lab works with macro samples. First, they are disassembled or sorted out by type, remnants of fish, remnants of wood. There we have some small fragments, 1 to 2 millimeters, and we tried investigating them via an electronic microscope, and it's easy to tell what's hardwood and what's softwood this way. But I think we're just looking at the same problem from different angles, and how they complement each other is amazing. This is the beauty behind different methods, because they can complement each other. Some methods can fill the gaps of different methods. Microscopy is good because microscopy can help differentiate a hardwood from softwood, because I mean, those two are very different from each other. But I've always thought that for some to be able to visually tell them apart, they gotta have to have the hang of it, like some experience under their belt. Our goal was to test out this method. Budget-wise, I'm not sure I'm competent enough to answer that. See, we have these contact details, so please write to us, call us. We're looking forward. Thank you. Applause now. Next. Yes, we're really behind schedule. Denise Dishon, that's me. And I will try to tell you, I will try to be short. As I'm the moderator, I will cut down my time.
Or extend my time. People are waiting for lunch. Please switch on my presentation. So the name is here. This is the results of the dating of the wood of historical objects of the town island of Sviersk by the team of authors. And I would like to start here because the main object is wood. For the correct and maximum dating of, we have to use the whole spectrum of the research. The correlation of the results of the dendrochronological and radiocarbon dating with corrections made by the historicals, arts specialists and other people. The methods of dating are widely used national practice to date the wooden. This is the Tatar settlement excavation, or Tatarskaya Slobodka, in the town island of Sviazhsk. Loads have been told to you. This is the day one. Last year we were telling about dendrochronological dating, and for what else can I say about the town island of Sviazhsk? And then I remember that there are unique objects such as Troitsk Church, where there are wooden elements, and we have decided to tell you about those objects. So when you'll go to Sviazhsk, look at them. I'll just tell about the Troitsk, the Trinity Church, the Church of the Trinity. We have selected, well, on the left you can see the internal looks of it, with the with icons resembling cultural and historical. And the target was to date the icons of the iconostasis. They are now stored. They are stored at the Museum of Arts of the Republic of Tatarstan, and the most interesting ones I'd like to tell you about it. The first object of research is the icon of depositing the Christ into the coffin. At the bottom, there is a photography. Well, they allowed us to make a small analysis. So we have cut a thread of it. We have taken the samples for xylotomic analysis, and the results are on the right. These are the photographs that shows that this slab, it is, well, it goes to the pine, because we did the photographs of the annual rings that we observe on this photography, measured the width of them with a special, and we did our best to date it with the dendrochronology. But with the local dendro scale, we were unable to find any connection. Then we referred to the other method. This is the radiocarbon method. We were allowed to take samples in 5 places, and in between them we have calculated
чтобы потом сузить календарь.
to calculate the number of the annual circles. So these are the preliminary results of the PVG of the radiocarbon analysis. So the main ones are presented in the text, and the location on the calibrating curve, which is represented in blue. That's how they look. And interesting results. The external ring was, so we have acquired the date with Vigley matching procedure, and it gives that 95%. It dates back to 1543. But when modeling, we were able plus or minus 4. That is a very good result. We were very happy with the results of the examination, but there was an outstanding question. Where is it coming from? The basis of the icon. So that means it is not local. And then we come back to the dendrochronology once again. So the chronology that we have created, we went to our Moscow colleagues.
Большое за это спасибо. И у них есть большая
Who assisted us, and they have the collection of the dendroscales in the European part of Moscow. See, you can see Sviarsk and the chronologies from where, well, we found the materials. Also, there was a cross-dating being performed. It didn't touch on anywhere. And we were thinking that, well, probably this could have been done a bit more south from Kostroma, from Nizhny Novgorod. So on those territories where we do not have any data, most probably it is from there. So this work continues. So let's move to the next icon, which is more interesting. Has a unique history. The Mother of Kazan with holidays. The Holy Mary of Kazan. So it's called an icon in the frame. So one, and you can see it, the icon, and we dated not when this frame was made, not the icon, but the frame, ornamented frame, and there's macro photography. So we have cut it, and we have taken the samples for xylotomic analysis. You can see the photograph. And we have understood that it was the we have on points, but on so it was made from linden, but we don't have any data on lindens. Consequently, the dendrochronology, we need the country here. We have taken 5 samples once again, and in between them we have calculated the amount of yearly to do the weekly matching procedure. And a very interesting result we have acquired. This is the calibrating data. The only thing is that at the bottom graph, if you pay attention to it, so the calibrating curve is in cal 13, falls into the plateau size of it. That creates a problem for us. So we have selected 5 samples, only 3 of them. They have received a good data. With the mass spectroscopy, unfortunately, we didn't receive the narrow calibrating data, calibrating intervals, and 95% of the external ring, it's dated 1578, 1636. Not a bad result also, and the fact is, based on the use of the radionuclear method, we can date it to the 16th and 17th century, which is in line, actually 16th century, would have, were told by the specialists, historians. Thank you so much for your attention. And as the moderator, should you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, I'd like to ask you here. Please tell me, on the basis of the preserved ancient trees, can we add to this data on the dendrochronology, or it is quite late? It's never too late to study old trees, really. on the territory of Tatarstan, the maximum age is 280 years. But thanks to the architectural wood, that we have many of it, we prolong these dendroscales and use the archaeological as well. The only thing is that there are dendrochronologists being present here. They know a lot about it. We have a very weak climatic signal, and it's difficult to date it because the trees that grow in one forest, sometimes they're not synchronized because there are optimal conditions for growth. But the ancient trees we do study, and many of them, they are located in the city of Kazan. Yep. Thank you so much for your report. I'd like to say that in Novosibirsk, it's quite weak with signals as well from the wood. So to prolong, 13 years we have spent to construct 370 years. And since 2017, we've started dealing with blue intensity. And the whole of our data, we were transferring them. So yeah, thank you. We are already testing it in such a manner. Well, the process is going, but the climatic signal is better from that, really. There's a short question here on icon number 1. What do the arts people on the icon, but it looks like Pskov, really. Well, without their information we didn't work, but they do not have the information from where it has come. It's very characterized by Pskov. So it's, thank you. I will take a note of it, that it is from Pskov. And then there are no more questions outstanding. We can move to the next report. Plus there's lunch. Yes, we are out of schedule. But Varvara Busova, proteonic analysis of proteins, leather analysis, specifics of the preservation of the archaeological source.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to fit a little digression into the 15 minutes that I have. I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this conference and the volunteers and KFU students who are basically touring us around the city and helping us at every turn. And since I'm here, since I'm with natural sciences and I'm an archaeologist and a restorer also, what I've been feeling lately is that, I'm so happy for the people who work with wood, and it's a pleasant thing to find yourself among people who take interest in wood. 3 years ago, I found myself at a Paris ICOM conference on leather. It was a unique pleasure for me, and I hope that you will find many mutual projects here. My report now. People, those of you who don't know what proteomic analysis is, raise your arm. Okay, so most of you do know what it is. Anyway, proteomic analysis is an analysis run by mass spectrometry for, well, it's really a method that determines chains of peptides called by specialists termed as fingerprinting by experts. It helps quickly determine, based on the protein contained in leather and bones, based on collagen, what kind of animal a sample belongs to. Usually it's collagen that's used. See, there are fingers in gloves. It used to be an interesting video. You can find it on YouTube. It's from the University of York, this one, Great Britain. From the early 2000s, this method has been used to determine the type of bone of animals. It's called zooarchaeology for mass spectrometry. About 5 years ago, they started to use it to determine leather-made items. And the crux of what I'm telling you here is that this analysis takes a very, very little samples of leather. You take a small sample, then there is a protocol that processes it. The whole process takes about 2 days. I'm skipping my slides too quickly, sorry. Anyway, it doesn't take any state-of-the-art equipment or machines or anything of the like. So we started this project a while ago, and I was involved in this analysis. It was on the premises of the Max of Planck University in Vienna. The protocols are available, open source, openly available. First you analyze the protocols, and then you get the spectrums, and the peptides of it are used to determine the animal. When I found myself doing it, by that time 150 samples had been collected, and I'm a leather restoration specialist, so it was quite important for me to understand how conservation and restoration methods affect the final outcome, because leather can come in different shapes and forms and states of preservation, and this it was a degradation of collagen by bone that was usually studied, and bone and collagen deteriorate because of soil being in the soil, because of water, groundwater, microbes, fungi, and acids in the soil affected too. But collagens can survive up to 1 million years within the bone, and I studied these protocols. I have studied international practices, and there are a lot of techniques for working with bad quality bone. Samantha Brown, with whom I was starting my work, was working with materials from the Denisova cave. What makes it unique is that it's cheap, it's effective, but it also works well with the other methods. So it can be double-checked by that. And since I'm studying Skiv age leather from the Sayan-Altai territory, the simplest method I use is using the Mirai image to determine the material. And these two methods work well together. I'm now finishing my candidate thesis on Skiv time from Sayan-Altai, 1,000 years before Christ. And this map shows you monuments or sites from which I have information on some preserved samples of bone, 142 from 104 items that have been collected there, and they form the basis of our project for analysis of items. 19 of them, we know how they were conserved, how they were restored. Some of the items were conserved by me in the field. We started basically recording it all together with Samantha. We knew that some methods of treatment could change the spectrum. Anyway, I don't want to skip ahead. If you want to learn more about statistics or preliminary statistics, please take a look now. Our project is a bit at a standstill. We cannot publish the results, but I hope the results will be made part of my dissertation. We have lots of materials here from the burial sites from Tuva. We have no quivers made of human tissue. Most of them are horses, coats from sheep fur, together with Olga Chernova from the Institute of Problems, Evolution and Ecology. We worked with 5 coats from Tuva, which also used horse tissue, leather. Archaeological sources. There are materials from Altai, Tuva, Buzaryk burial sites. And you know, the leather in burial sites falls victim to robberies from long time ago. Technical, I mean, time turns it into dust. It's called archaeologization. Ice, frozen ground, different wet layers help preserve it, or a crypt without any oxygen, but these are rare. And most of the materials I'm working with are different materials that have contacted with copper compounds, and most of them are knives, bags, some vessels. Some specific examples. We have quite a number of leather samples that were treated by polyvinyl butyrate during the field conservation. Polyvinyl butyral. They were conserved 10 years ago, the items on the screen. And the reason why we were using polyvinyl butyral during field conservations is just the way it was. I don't want to explain it because it had come into contact with bronze, and when we were taking the monolith, it was important to save the bronze and not the organics. Pink marks the animals that we identified. The spike in the bag was the bag was made of sheep. In one of the cases, it was horse hide that was used. Many of the old items I have found some of the materials from our institute, and some of them are in Hermitage now. Anyway, this is a bag from the Holash burial sites. Together with Natalia Sinitsina, to whom I'm saying hi, back in the 1990s, Svetlana Bushneva treated these materials with glycerin, I think, and a secondary conservation was performed by me using PEG. And then we used monolith fattening, and there is this red pigment we found during while we were conserving this bag. 2 types came up for it. The applications were made of goat, but the bag was made out of horse tissue, but the ligament threads must have been used for trinkets, and they didn't show up anything, I think, because the collagen had been washed out. So there are different variations, sometimes combining PEG and glycerin or just PEG, but it doesn't hinder fattening procedures, and it doesn't affect the result any, which I think is a good thing. There is this one sample. We could not identify it. It's a fragment of leather pants. Mr. Bukovenko calls them pants, but we are not sure whether they're pants or not. Those were conserved 20 years ago. Nobody remembers what was used to conserve them. But it's from an animal. So we looked at when you're doing this, when you're analyzing this, you go to open sources, but we didn't find it there, so it's not there. Scabbard fur by microscopy. We identified it. The Zoological Museum helped me identify what it was, but I'm not sure if it's part of their collection, whether it's any on record. Proteome analysis helps analyze materials. No, pseudomorphs, and how they're formed when organic fibers are replaced with non-organic ones. And these procedures happen when skin turns into basically copper or bronze, losing all of its characteristics, and restoring it, you cannot restore it as leather. You have to take a different approach to the restoration procedure. I have only 1 minute left, so conclusions now. It's not a complete, full-fledged investigation that we did, but you have to remember and understand that taking records when you're working with a collection is very interesting. It's very fruitful. Ancient leather is not really affected or does not behave well with the traditional conservation or restoration methods. When I was working with the samples from skiff burial sites, polyethylene glycol didn't behave well with them. Samples for any research have to be picked in the field before restoration and conservation, I think. Looking back at these results, outside of restoration and conservation, I should say that thick leather items are easy to determine, but thin ones are impossible to identify because of archaeolizations. We had 15 samples, bronze ones, I think. We could not determine them. We only managed to get to the bottom of two of them. The rest were not identified. Questions to Vara? Why are you using the term proteome analysis? Because it's the identification of metric DNA and analysis of expression of genes, but you are doing an analysis of proteins. It's a protein analysis, or do you use some proteome analysis? Because the proteome would be the combination of all proteins. It's a great question, or rather a comment. You know, working with foreign colleagues, I heard them, they say proteomic analysis. When you try and Russify it, this term, you hear terms like peptide analysis or something like this. It's all semantics, I think, but I'm more of I have a humanitarian mind. Yes, but there are other tests on visualization or identification of matrix RNA and expression, and these are different things. Okay, just let's clear up this term and come back to this later. Next speech, Leonid Agafonov.
Историческая древесина.
Historical wood of the South Urals, within the humanitarian and natural context. Hello, dear colleagues. I would like to join and express the words of gratitude to all the organizers and to everyone who made this conference possible, and for the conference being held at a very high level. I would like to thank them for their organization and for the cordial hospitality that we feel. I'd like to be rapid as well. It's clear that here we have people who understands the value of wood, but the value of wood for the historians, because this is an artifact in the first place that allows to interpret a certain scale of the situation. But for the scientific methods, we have a different value of the wood, so maybe quite a serious aspect to it. The wood contains, well, in addition that it tells us about the historical period, the wood contains loads of information that sometimes we're really unaware of, and dendrochronologists use wood to reconstruct the events which were related to the climate-related events in the past. Well, for us, historical wood is very important. Based on the chronology of live trees, we cannot go into the history, and the archaeological wood allows us to get very long scales that can serve as the tools of the interdisciplinary research for archaeologists and historians. This is important because through such a simple method we can date the historical archaeological objects, and there are quite many examples of them. Some Pozorek burial grounds system. In the first place, it was without tying to the time. It was just dated that it existed for almost like 200 years. And this date we were able to obtain through the dendrochronological scales, that the whole system of burial grounds belonged to that period of time. When there is a long chronology in place, or a long-lasting chronologies in place worth thousands of years, then there is an aspect that might be of use for the sake of scientific disciplines and to the humanitarians. And here I would like to draw the attention to your work in the Western Europe when specifically historical wood was used. There are no long-lasting trees over there, and we are limited in like 300 or 400 years of live trees, say like oak trees. But using the archaeological wood, we prolonged the scales because reconstructed the rainfall and temperature, and within the context of historical processes, this chronology, we have implemented it in the scale of of the events. There were so the climate was bad and the social processes were happening that was related to the expansion of Celts and Roman Empire. And the Great Hunger, the chum, the black chum, the plague, the Great Plague also was found there. So the South Urals area can be called as intersection of civilizations. So that is the term that we operate, and for many millenniums there was a corridor existing where people migrated from east to west and west to east, and there are quite many traces of the existence of those civilizations. You know about Archaeum, but it did not. But it existed for like 200 years only in Archaeum. Where it came from and where it disappeared still. Those answers are not unveiled, and these objects, they have loads of wood, which dendrochronology is not yet used, and we really would like it to serve to the archaeologists and historians and to the special accents in the first place for the dendrochronologists. We started gradually and doing something with the archaeological wood. We are incapable to work with it because, well, it's not well preserved. But with historical wood, we start working with it, and there is a problem because the barriers of the culture of the late medieval ages and the recent centuries, they are disappearing very rapidly. Here on the slides you can see this is the 19th century, and even such buildings that are present today, they are being destroyed, they disappear. We do not understand that, well, if it disappears, then the information disappears that cannot be repeated. This can be compared to, say, the fire in the library containing the manuscripts. They'll be lost forever. But now, if we can digitalize and copy or save somehow the records, maybe not in the printed form, not on the lists as it does for the icons, but for the wood that is disappearing, it disappears forever. And really, we cannot copy it. We cannot reprint it. The information will just disappear forever. I really want the archaeologists and historians that deal with it, I really want them to pay attention to that. So if they do not use, if they believe that the wood for them, that does have a specific value, so it's a mistake of theirs, because this wood is very important. And we really want this wood to come to the dendrochronologists or to those who is dealing with the wood. So we have the photographs from the objects that we utilize to create a long-term chronology. Say on the left, There is in the Krestovka settlement the wooden house, so it was built in 1808. So they are older than they are more than 200 years old. The next slide is the house in the Orenburg region, middle of the 19th century, so that was Orenburg line. So we've taken we have taken samples from there, but it's not in existence anymore. So these objects, they disappear. So in the Kurgan region, in that regard, well, for me personally, I'm not a specialist, I'm not a historian, but it really amazed me, the Kurgan region, because over there a very big concentration was maintained. So the churches, and for instance, we come to the expedition, we take on the material and we see there is a wooden church. We were not planning to work with it. Okay, then we'll come next time. We come next time, that's it. It is either modernized or it's covered with sidings and we cannot take the material from there. These are the problems that we face. So our is to get a long-lasting chronology that would allow us to use it as a tool of the multidisciplinary approach. On this slide, we can clearly see that we have a number of polygons where we take the materials, and these are on the live and the trees and on the historical wood. We have trees that currently are aged up to 400 years, and they continue to grow, and we have it. And this is a unique aspect which require certain safeguarding measures, because such forests, unfortunately, today, they disappear. Ancient forests disappear, and with them the information disappears, information that might be used by various people, archaeologists, for instance. So, the collection that we have, so the green part of the slide is the chronology on the live trees, and the brown one is the chronology that we acquired on the historical wood. The total length now already is around 500 years. What can we do with this wood? What information can we obtain? It has a climatic signal. Consequently, we can do certain reconstructions which will allow us to interpret it not only for, say, the climatic changes, but for, as it was done by our Western colleagues, well, to interpret certain historical events. So we have a very, very good signal in comparison to mid-Volga region with temperature, with rainfall, and various complete indices. Here at the bottom, there's a drought index of Palmer, what can have a significant importance for the interpretation of historical processes. So there's no big chronology, so it's like 5 years, but we really do something. On the live trees, we have acquired the reconstruction of the rainfall from the period from May to July, and there is cycles, well-established cycles, and the length of the cycles, it is well reviewed. So when communicating with historians, we have found out that Urals, South Urals, in the 300 years, it was the center of the metallurgy. Huge amount of iron-producing factories have appeared. So when looking at the history of the development of the industry and on the production of that in certain ages significantly decreased the production of metal, and we have compared it. We have found out that these decreases, they were related to the dry periods. And it is related to the fact that the main source of energy was water. That was moving all of the metallurgy mechanisms. Many water, it works well, it produces loads of products. Not enough water, then it decreases the amount of metal produced. So that is the example of how we can really interact. Yep. That's... I would like to refer to you. Well, dendrochronologists. There is a lab at the Institute of Geography. There is a lab in Kazan, at Urals, in Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, and in the Siberian Federal University. And I believe that everybody will be happy to cooperate with you and to get mutual best from the fact that we will cooperate with each other. And yeah, thank you so much for your attention. Leonid, thank you. Okay, well, any questions? Just one question. Yeah, thank you so much for your report. And I have a question in the process. Please use the microphone. Well, if I have materials, Siberian samples, if I send them to Kazan, how they will be connected, because you're on the wood. So if I work in Siberia, I need the materials to send them to Novosibirsk, not to Kazan. You need to refer to those who has the scale that can assist you. So it is for the regions that are joining you. If you work at the Urals, we can do something together. But we do not have the scale for Siberia, for Sayan Altai region. Krasnoyarsk people in the lab, in the lab of Institute of the Forest, they have it. And yes, and they will help you, and they will help you with great pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much, Leonid. We just do the break. The next session starts. It is at 3. And Fazlulin Sergey is postponed. He will be the first one at 3 p.m. Yep, thank you. So, yeah, please do your best to be quick.
Включатель, когда горит красный. Работает.
Sergei Faizulin, the issues of presence of sulfur and metal in wet ship wood and its conservation, or during conservation. Good late afternoon, dear colleagues. I see that everyone's relaxed after lunch. Everyone's smiling, peaceful faces and all that. Serenity in the air. Anyways, I hope that you still have enough energy to listen to my report with some enthusiasm. A report that deals with things so distant from you, as it were, that some people don't really have the slightest idea of what kind of what it is, what is an underwater archaeological site, how it works. Roman Prokhorov gave a detailed account of it, or painted a good picture of it yesterday, and I'm gonna follow the same line of thought. Anyway, underwater archaeological objects, they are in a different medium. You have to understand that, and the things that end up underwater, once you take them out, they go into shock. I think that's the best way of putting it. Anyway, the importance of investigating underwater archaeological sites comes from a few things. For example, in 2001, the UNESCO adopted the second convention on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. The first one was adopted in the 1970s. It came as a surprise to many, but when people started to learn more about it, as they read it better, they understood that underwater archaeological sites of cultural heritage are outside of national jurisdictions, in many cases outside of the 12-mile area, and they are quite different in terms of the kind of information specialists who study the history of material cultural archaeological sites can gather. And unlike standard archaeological work or activities that are carried out on settlements that have seen many centuries, and it's hard to pick a specific century, and on-ground archaeological sites, you know, some of the items break up or disappear, vanish into the dusts of history, vanish into dust. But underwater archaeological sites remain just as they were when the boat sank. And what makes it even more interesting is that you can really narrow down the time period, because a boat really exists for or sails for 30 years. It was the case 2,000 years ago, and it's the same now. Boats don't stay afloat for longer than 30 years, and because the conditions for the service conditions for ships have always been rough. So a convention was prepared, and it has 67 signatory countries. Usually it revolves about studies and preservation of such objects, and the provisions of the recommendations that this convention incorporates are different from those pertaining to on-ground sites. Underground archaeological sites are not rare. UNESCO estimates that, or their experts, there are about 3 million foundered ships and boats all over the world. The most ancient of the known ships that sank is on the bottom of the Black Sea, dating back to the 6th century before Christ. And there may be older ships. I guess so, because Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea should have a lot of them. Anyway, there are a few zones all over the world where the concentration of sunk ships is quite high. The edges of the Western European, the parts of the Mexican Gulf have high concentrations, but it's the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, when we're talking about Russia, that I should say are loaded with foundered ships, and these objects, both in the Baltic Sea and in the Black Sea, are well preserved. In the first case, we're talking about fresh water. In the latter, we have sulfur hydrogen layers below 150 meters, where oxidation processes are gone, so microorganisms cannot survive there, those that depend on oxygen. Unlike on-ground conditions, underwater sites are dependent on the dependencies of chemical solutions, and we need to keep that in mind when we are looking for new boats, when we start investigating the boats that we have found. Since water solutions, aqueous solutions, have their physical characteristics and chemical characteristics like temperature, mineralization, the content of salt, pH, EH, pressure, the presence of certain dissolved gases, and the combination of all of that considerably influences the processes that in turn define the state of preservation of underwater sites. Anyway, the state of preservation of underwater sites is determined by a few factors: physical ones, chemical ones, biological ones, and anthropogenic ones. The physical ones include the influence of waves on the objects that lie at depths where the pressure of waves does have a force. When in the moving the bottom sand, for example, against the object, which can evaporate into dust the wood of the object. The chemical factors they vary a lot. They include content of salt, temperature, pH, EH, and other characteristics. Biological factors, you see how many competitors there are in the form of bacteria and fungus. And we've seen that before at this conference, how it works. There are different microorganisms that weave themselves around boats. Sometimes they eat away at substrates or just damage it by clutching onto them. And anthropogenic factors, because we are the killers of our own heritage, like trawling is very dangerous for any underwater site. because you don't only troll the object, you troll everything that is attached to it and comes this way. Construction works near shores and banks, whether it's pipes being laid or ports being built. It's all that, along with other factors. Near shores, where water is low, there are spots of beach active tourism. A lot of divers and any tourist who comes into the sight of something like you see on the slide, they want to take it away to their shelf, and then their wife would say, "Oh, get rid of that garbage." But when it's being gotten rid of, a great artifact is being lost, because by that you can determine the age and many other things. Many examples can be found. The underwater environment is different from the on-ground environment in many ways. In both environments, we have specific geographical processes where anthropogenic, or rather some human-made things, come into contact with the environment, a very known phenomenon. On the ground, it may be less deteriorating, but underwater, especially when there is a division between water and bottom sediment, diagenesis, a complicated process of sediment changing, which basically is followed by restoration processes. Metal is restored. Labile organic is oxidated down to simpler forms, and also there are bacteria that convert sulfates into something else during sulfate reduction. So metals turn into arrested shapes, and the sediments have carbonate equilibrium shifted with the pH values changing, with lots of dissolved organics in the form of ligands appearing, along with sulfur hydrogen appearing. There are many overlaying processes. In the sediment, these processes take quite a long time. At the very beginning, at the very outset, you see arrested forms of metals that defund together with dissolved solutions that defund themselves, that penetrate the pores of wood. And once sulfur hydrogen appears, form sulfides in arrested metal, and as their concentrations are at their highest when the solid phase occurs, dissolving or removing these sulfids from porous spots is not an easy task. Let's take a look at the great variety of newly formed minerals. Comes around at the stage of diagenesis. It's sulfids, it's carbonates, sulfates, phosphates, hydroxides and oxides, and silicates. Doing archaeological work underwater, you have to remember what you're dealing with and what you are in for, and if some of these minerals, when coming into contact with oxygen from the atmosphere, start oxidization, we have to anticipate that long before you start your work on it with the materials you want to extract. So the first stage would be an investigation of the chemical properties of sediment water and the near bottom sediments. Sorry, we're running out of time. Okay, we have some ferrum sulfides here, but I have to skip this slide. Anyway, next slide. Let's talk about the risks of storing untreated items and artifacts. The first one would be that sulfides of metals, ferrum, first and foremost, when coming into contact with oxygen, produce CO2 and then sulfur acid. I'm just skipping through a number of pictures showing what happens to untreated artifacts. So this is an untreated piece of wood. The salts were not extracted. It was not conserved, and this is the appearance of this item, of this iron item. You see, it cracks. It forms cracks. And what's important now? We need to develop new methods to conserve and restore, change the materials from areas of autogenous mineral formation. We need to develop new approaches to automate processes of conservation of items removed from underwater, which is very important, especially when one is working with large quantities of large-sized materials, and you need to focus on advanced development of new methods to preserve sites and artifacts from underwater, because what we see there, we cannot remove it, we cannot conserve it all, because it would take eternity. Thank you. Questions, anyone? What is that? Oh, this little beauty is from the Neapolitan Bay. It's called Baia Bay. It's an underground archaeological park. It's the remnants from the Roman 1st century Roman period, and it's a foundered town, and there are 28 mosaics remaining from villas that used to be there, and they are in good shape. My colleagues who are investigating this object have learned to, restore mosaics underwater. And the little picture on the left would be a replica of a standard ship built in 1703. It's a Peter ship that sails, the oceans of the world under a Russian flag. In the Aegean Sea a year ago, I followed the tracks of one expedition last year. Thank you.
Мы продолжаем дальше нашу.
So we continue with our section. So now the report will be presented to the representative of Syria, but she was unable to come, and the report will be provided by the representative of their organizers. This was supposed to be read by Raja Bersht with her report, the restoration of decorated wooden ceilings and walls in Damascene houses by Raja Bersht. They really requested to show the presentation. So Damascene houses, they're highly ornamented and having floral and geometric motifs that cover halls, in addition to the fresques and decorative stone ornaments. There are hundreds of beautiful houses in Damascus. The ceilings and walls was decorated with a jami ornament, having a great geometrical forms, in addition to the existing signage over there.
Были подвержены разрушению в результате пренебрежений.
The majority of them is degrading because they were forgotten and left. And there are holes in the Damascus style they have everywhere around the globe. A jami ornament, that's the relief, depends on the layer of paint. So since the beginning of the 16th century, these decorations were passed from generation to generation. They were fixed, and the Damascene houses, they were mainly in Aleppo, in Damascus, with richly decorated wood. Oak was used, but they were abandoned, and there were no measures to revive them. Some of the ornaments and decorations were taken out from Aleppo between World War I and World War II. We can restore them now and use it. Can be used as the hotels and restaurants. Many of those objects were restored and turned into museums, and the major of them is Al-Azam Palace. This art includes wooden furniture. In the Levantine Hall, with the mother of pearl. Then the wood was sterilized with the usage of tar to eliminate insects, and various processes are performed against insects. Then the structure was strengthened, and the material was installed through the injections with specialized glue materials, particularly primal and paravoid. Then the strengthening with the Japanese paper happens. Large cracks are filled with wood-like elements, and those ceilings are then toned, but they make it in such a way so that it is different to the original color. All of that is covered with a layer of conservation, and all of those processes and procedures are executed with a great respect towards the objects of arts. Yeah, thank you. And now the next report will be delivered by the team of authors. The report will be read by Filatova Maya, Agatova Anna, and so archaeological analysis of samples of metallurgical stoves from South Altai. My name is Maya and I represent a big team of dendrochronologists and geologists, and the study was performed on the basis of Dendrological Lab of the Siberian Federal University. I'll tell you a magnificent story about the coals that have happened to us. As you know, at all times, from Paleolith until the modernity, wood was with us. Well, each one of you, I guess, have found the coals, and usually they send it to the carbon nuclear analysis and to identify the type of wood. First of all, if we work with wood, why don't we do the dendrochronological analysis? But the answer is quite simple. Those coals, they are preserved for like 5 to 10 years, and there are no scales that would allow us to date the coal. They are older very often than the proposed age of those coals. And the story is when geologists during the expedition in Kurai in Chuyskaya valleys, when they have found the slums with the coal, so they have taken them to the lab, and the main target was to run the carbon nuclear analysis to identify the age of the terraces, plus calculate the elimination of the slopes speed. But a big amount of circles allowed us to propose that we can do the chronology, wooden chronology. So such slums came to the lab. That was 12 pieces from 10 up to 40 centimeters. And for dendrochronology, and from 5 up to 10 millimeters. There were cross sections made, cross cracks, so they contain more than 50 annual rings, and throughout the work they were related to the Siberian Lydon. You can see how he fights for every sample. And then on the microscope, or axiovision microscope, axiovision V16, everything was scanned, and the cross-section was acquired in co-recorder program. All of them were measured. Then did the dendrochronology for. That's what we have acquired as a result. Out of 1,448 samples, some items. They had abnormalities. And each sample was dated, and they got split into two groups as a result. And then the chronologies were averaged. Then we understood the two chronologies. They were joined together, and out of 360 samples, the chronology was for 360 of them. That is roughly 44% out of the total amount. The remaining samples, they were either they go outside of the chronologies, or it's just not, it's not that time yet. An interesting result was the location and the cross-dating in between the Koektanar and Yustit, parts which are located 80 kilometers from each other, and the gypsometric points between them reaches 350 meters. So we're not supposed to be dated, but they were dated in between each other. And based on the 9 chronologies that we have acquired, we can propose that for this work to be continued, it will be continued. We have the chronologies, potential that we'll be able to create the chronology of 120 years. So the chronology of 708 years would have built, and this is an early Iron Age, so two chronologies can match each other. On this slide you can see the chronologies, that they're not dated and they do not correlate to each other. And in black there is a part with the EPC higher than 0.85, so they're suitable for the climatic reconstructions, which is quite unique because, well, there are no chronology on the coals, but there is also climatically sensitive coals. And at this stage, the magic ceased to exist because we have faced the effect of the old wood effect. And after creation of the chronology, what is their age? And I really would like to protect the archaeologists that have left such valuable material. Part of it they have taken with them, and they have given it to the radionuclear analysis. So, and the age is just there. The deviation is 1,000 years, and they have faced the effect of the old tree and this effect. So when we take for the radiocarbon analysis, if we take it from the center and from the periphery, 2 samples, in between them there can be the difference of 234 years. It's a big difference. In the article from Tomsk, they appeal to the fact that that's such samples as on the photo. Well, the peripheral part is looks like the stabilization, but when analyzing the curve of the length of the trees in the past and in the present in the research area, our researchers came to understanding that the presence of the stabilization and growth can be enough of the close location of this ring. Dendrochronological analysis need to be performed. With a joint selection of the sample, we can avoid making this mistake. This work still goes on. We still have another year, and a number of boxes that were passed to us by archaeologists, the authors of digging outs of the excavations, and we'll see if we'll be able to finalize what we have started. but the results so far are as follows. So we have developed additional to the dendrochronological methods, which allows us to create chronologies. Based on coals, we have created 9 chronologies for the copper smelting stoves, and with the effect of the old wood, we can, and we have to fight it, and we really need to address to dendrochronologists. We have seen the perspective of creating a chronology with length of 12 centuries, and we'll be able that we will use this chronology for the reconstruction and to date burial mounds that we are. This territory is very rich with. This is our team. Thank you so much for your attention. Maya, thank you so much. Maybe there are questions. Yes, please. At the beginning and the end, you have said about the climatic reconstruction, but you do not see where is the central ring, and it is a must for the climatic structures of such a longitude. So this is not a decent reconstruction. That is a good question. Well, our team is quite big, so for my personal interest, it's very interesting to date the burial grounds. The climatic reconstructions, the second part deals with it. Plus, we have live trees. In the microphone, please. Well, just this summer, I dug out. I found the coals in Tuva. Bring them to us. The thing is that on the prey chronologies we work. On the prairies we work since 2015. We have the first results on the creation of chronologies on the live trees, and now we need coals. Absolutely. So we need samples to prolong the chronologies. And I especially think if you will start digging the medieval age, because there is a gap. We have the iron ore, we have the modernity, and we don't have the in the middle, so the medievals. So yeah, thank you so much. We will hereby continue online report now. That will be presented by the team of authors, Georgi Shati and Anna Stepanova, with on the preliminary results of the handles of knives from the excavations made in Sviersk. Can you hear us? Yes, we do not yet see the presentation. Please connect. Yep, just a second.
Сейчас, пару минут, подождите.
Just some technical issues. Because I can see everything in the Zoom. Yep, we can see. And we start. Yep, thank you so much. Hi everyone. Large-scale archaeological research on excavations of the handles of knives from Sviersk allowed to find and to create a collection of findings from 16th to 20th century. So there's a series of knives, and there are three items that we have taken. And we had parts of handles. Knives from this collection can be split into two groups. Knives that are having the core, and then there was the ones that were assembled with assembled handles, with the usage of the wooden slates on the sides of the blade. There are marks. They were made in the European shops because it was not practiced among the forgeries of among the foundries of Russia at that time. So this is the anatomic from the excavation of 2014. Tatarskaya settlement. We have studied 6 knives total. Archaeologically, they refer to the knives with a layered handle. They were preserved, luckily.
The method of research lies in analysis of traces of microscopical structures across 3 sections of wood: longitudinal, latitudinal, and tangential. Samples were taken with a scalpel, and we maintained a balance between informativeness and minimum damage. Microscopical analysis relied on a microtome, and then they were put under a microscope. The material was put in concentrated NaHNO3 and calcium bichromate. I need to tell you that usually archaeological wood has its walls damaged because of fungus, bacteria, and external factors. In this connection, it's not always possible to determine the type of wood. But what helps us are additional methods. To get more information, 5786 knife. Gelatine was injected into it. It was soaked with gelatin, and then we put it on a freezing microtome table. And this is how it worked. This method was also used to study sample number 800. Here I would like to show you a number of pictures of cross-sections that are obtained by this method. My co-author has marked some traces that allow for identification of these samples. The results of this work are shown in this table. I said that it's not always possible to identify archaeological wood. Field number 779, it was over-dried. The structure of the walls and its edges were not seen. It was, we knew it belonged to hardwood. Wooden elements of knives were produced from hardwood and softwood based on findings from Poland that date back to the 9th to 15th century, show that small-sized items, including knives, used oak wood. The Novgorod site, that dates back to the 9th to 15th centuries, has knives made of pine, birch, softwood used for homemade knives. Sorry, hardwood, softwood for other types of woods, knives. And hardwood prevailed over softwood at some point in time. And the preference could have changed in the 16th, 17th centuries, but we can't say for sure because we lack information from other archaeological sites, and we have not finished yet our work on the Tatar-Slobodka site. But the three knives we have studied are worth of attention because they are made of the types of wood that never grew on the Moscow state territory. This one is made from palisander, known as African black tree. It comes from the layer dating back to the second half of the 16th century. There are two more knives from the Tatar-Slobodka site, from palisander pads. It dates back to the late 16th, early 17th century, this site. And it's made of bone and wood, redwood. Maybe one of the handle pads broke, and then it was replaced with a pad from another material. Palisander comes from the places that are shown on the map. Also in Eastern Africa, the African black tree was in trade starting from the Bronze Age, late 14th century. Sites uncovered logs of that wood. Shipwrecks also feature that, like the shipwreck of Santa Antonia de Tana that happened in 1697 near, the Mombasa in Kenya. An investigation of the ship uncovered lots of wood like this, African wood, like tree wood like that. Those were marked. Those could have been the initials of the officers who sold palisander. Now, there is no written or archaeological records of such wood being brought into the Moscow state in the 16th, 17th century, so this Sviazhsk finding could become a starting point for further research into this matter. Those handles were made of fabric. It comes from a layer, from a 16th, 17th century layer. Some shit boxes has a wide reach. Central America, Africa, Small Asia, Southern, Eastern Asia, Europe. It dates back to the 10th century in Russia. Kolchin says that those were brought from the Black Sea shore of Caucasus. But in the early 2000s, this point of view was complemented by the opinion of Mr. Holden, who believed that in the 13th century, after a century-long pause, it was imported to Russia from Europe. Data on other finds or findings of such boxes wood in Russia, we know that it was widely used for knife handles in Europe. It's confirmed by site excavations in Europe from the 15th century in London. The London excavations show it was the main material used for wooden knives. The same tendency can be traced because of excavations in Amsterdam, which are more specific. They say that Amsterdam, they love the boxes green boxes. It was not only the main material for knife handles, but for many other materials. Since the widespread reach of boxes, we can only assume where these finds from Sviazh could have come from. It was damaged by weather, fungus, bacteria, and they take very many additional methods to make up for that. But a bacteriological examination of the Sviazh finds really improves our understanding of international trade, which makes up for the efforts we have put into it, so it's worth studying more and more. Thank you very much. No questions. Another report by Mikhail Ultkin, Maya Filatova, Alexander Tkachев, Katya Gurjayan, gender chronological analysis of wood from the site Numkhibia Sikhari 6A. Are you there? Please show us your slide.
Видно презентацию?
Еще пока нет. Сейчас немножко. Все уже появилось.
Yes, we can see your slides now. Good evening. Yes, we know the topic. Gender chronological analysis of a collection of archaeological wood from the Numkhibia Sikhari 6A. It's a burial site to the Severus-Yakub tradition, located in the Tazovsk district of the Yamal-Nenetsk Autonomous Okrug. In 2016, excavations were performed there, and we uncovered this settlement located 12 kilometers away from the Tazovsk settlement. In 2017, a site was dug up to study a middle century burial site and 3 burial sites. In the field season of 2018, we continued our investigation. 2 more dug sites were found. 286 square meters was the area we investigated. 9 burial sites were uncovered during the works. The analysis of the burial traditions and the effects we found there suggest it was Tazovsk Yakubsky Senegubs from the north who came to the territory of the lower Taz from their places of existence for fishing. The inventory shows that these people knew about Christian symbolics and traditions and customs, but analysis of the burial site shows that these attributes lacked any Christian canon. And there were remaining a lot of open questions. We needed to use some scientific methods, gender chronology, and do dating to get more information. We have collected 38 samples from 7 burial sites. These are the circles of log 7.6 centimeter, 8.6 boards would be the average radius of boards. They came from coffins, from poles, and from the other logs. All of the samples of archaeological wood, they were presented by hardwood Siberian, and the rest were not analyzed. The analysis of the circle was standard. All of them were cleaned, then treated with a solvent. Solution Lintap was used to analyze them down to the last millimeter. Cross-circular dating was used to compare the curves of variation in the software SAP and also GPL. The width of the yearly circles. In order not to make any mistake, 8 samples were removed. And the remaining 24 samples were measured while we were building this graph. We excluded samples that showed low coefficients of correlation and no cross dating possibilities. Only 17 of the initial 38 samples were used to build these floating wood graphs. The remaining samples were dated and cross-dated. 0.66 was the correlation. The length was between 47 to 86. 89 years was the medium length. Data from 1,564 other samples was used. We standardized it through this program. Then we cross-dated it with the chronologies of Yamal built based on hardwood Siberian. So in the figure we got was 0.61. We dated successfully 5 of them. For grave 2, grave 3, at the time, in one of the samples, none of the samples had a circle. So the date we obtained is not final. So we can assume that this wood was not prepared before 1840s.
The grave 3 we have found one correlation coefficient is 1.76. Based on the analysis on the peripheral rings, there is 50% is absent of the peripheral circles, and it positions that is 1874. So the wood was logged the first quarter of the 19th century. Grave 4, 6 samples were dated, and we have found also the rings. And in accordance with the method, this is the date of the sample. This was the grave 5 out of 5 samples we have dated. One correlation is 0.76 correlation ratio, and you see on the screens here, I just want to duplicate, it's dated, well, at least 1890, 900. Grave 7, 1 sample, and the formation is 1740 of the annual ring, but it was well deformed when we have taken it. And we cannot really identify because it was significantly scraped, the board that we have taken. Based on the fact, we can propose that the grave same was created in the second half of the 17th century. Grave 9, 1 sample is successfully dated, and the date is the first quarter of the 19th century. We have just dated just one sample. Fact suggests they belong to one region in the overall archaeological monument related to all of the graves, and out of that the dates can be viable for further interpretation. So for the first time we have dated the complex, and the analysis fall within the interval between the 19th and 20th century, where it does not contradict but confirms the approvals of having the northern Selkup fisheries. So that is the earliest out of the proven dates of the northern Selkup staying on the Tazovs region. I am done. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mikhail, thank you. And now, because we are running late with timing, so I will present. I'll be the next presenter. So please launch my presentation. The topic is the biodamage by the ants of the wood in the Archaeological Museum of Berestia. And the wood was damaged by timber worms. Here's Peter Lysenko, that is the person who have found Berestia. And thanks to him, our museum have appeared. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020. For our museum, that was a significant loss. Here you can see that the photographs, how the first excavations dated 1968, how it looked, and based on his proposals, we did excavations over here, and his proposals where the ancient city is located. That was confirmed due to the fact that the finds were very serious. The decision was made in 1972 that we need to construct the museum as a branch of the Brest, a local museum to preserve our excavation. So, see, we are creating the hangar above them.
Вот, и здесь, видите, уже готовый этот навес, и каждый год, когда...
And that's how it looked, and every year when we conducting excavations, so we were adding to those structures. It is clear that they are not of the good preservance, especially the logs, so we needed to strengthen them. So there's a process of fixing of one of the items. And the excavation, when it was performed, well, the cultural layer is 7 meters. We have dug out about 500 square meters of area and 1.7 thousand square meters that was in full. So you can see it's water reached level, and it had a negative effect. Here you can see the model of our museum. That's how it was presented, and then south. Here is the construction of the museum pavilion at the end of the 70s. And now I will tell you a little bit. So when constructing the museum, the works will be performed
Сам раскоп не планировалось.
On conservation, and we were not planning to isolate the excavation, and it is a problem because waters come at the depth of 4 meters, and there are 2 rivers nearby, and consequently the water could penetrate as well, and that was a significant worry. The engineers, designers, they have proposed an option to isolate them with a method of pouring concrete on the sides and strengthening the items with aluminium, but they didn't. It was not approved, and the insulation was not performed. That's how it looks in the Archaeological Museum Berestia. That is in 2020. Over here you can see that still alive made we insulated the structures, but the insulation was done with wood, with timber lags which were treated, and the walls were strengthened as well. And of course that affected negatively in a way. The thing is that, like any new wood, and it's of the bad use because there is a problem of timber worms. Any contaminated piece of wood, it can really then affect the archaeological wood. So when it was wet, there were no timber worms. Plus, from the very beginning, we were treated the findings with insecticides under the method of Vikhrov, with the synthetic tars and compounds with the non-organic ones. And then with thermal treated, it was polymerized. Phenol and spirits, I guess you are aware of the method. The only aspect we have treated this wood with temperature, so the compound solidified. And timber worms, they ceased to exist, because in one of the reports we found the information that the main mass of the wood that was before impregnation of phenol spirits, it's not affected by them. So some timber worms at a time they were there, but at least there may be the traces of them. Until the beginning of 2000s there were no problems with timber worms.
Проблемы. Вот как раз тут метод Вихрова.
That is the method of Vichrov, a treatment, the process, and that a bit later I'll tell you. And the problem was as follows. That was there was no insulation from the ground, and so the fungi and the bottom logs required treatment. At the beginning of 2000s of the biodegradation, that was a different problem. Even in 2003, in one of the conclusions of the Belarusian State University, it was said that, well, they said that we need to store the untreated wood, we need to consider them, because it's the source of the fungus infection, fungal infection. And since the second part of the 2000s, it became quite obvious. Here you can see the wooden flower that appears, that damages the lags, and then it was going onto the archaeological wood in part. And then to fight the timber worms and to fight the fungal impurities, it was proposed to use Bohemid Plus substance produced in Czech Republic, because it is quite good to eliminate the insects in the damaged wood, plus it might serve as the prophylactics for preservation of the wood. We treated it in 2008, 2009, and it was selected without identifying the insect that damaged the wood, and as a whole, and later down the line it became clear that it is a very low efficiency, and we didn't use it later down the line. Here's the process of treatment of the wood. And in 2010, for the first time, there was a research done to identify the type of the timber worm, and there was a gray household timber worm that we have found. So we have found anti-zhuk or anti-bug substance that we have ordered in Belarus, and we treated in 2014 and even in the 2021. And speaking as a whole, the efficiency of the treatment was not that great, really. So it decreased the intensity of life of the bugs, but it did not resolve the problem in full. And maybe that was caused due to the fact that there was no possibility to maintain the temperature and humidity. So it affected the efficiency of the substances. Then we requested recommendations later on. What else can be used? So that's anti-bug from Woodmaster. And we have also requested the recommendations. What do we need to do and what we can use? What is the other disadvantage in the open the excavation. It is not isolated, none from the visitors and none from the land. So we need effective ones, but they do not need to be harmful to the people. So here we are quite limited. So we need to take on the effective and the non-harmful mediums for land, for people, and for water that is there. The recommendations on fighting the timberworm were provided by Mr. Yuri Vikhrov. He have recommended to use the method. That's the mix of kerosene with turpentine, and to apply it locally on the spots of activity of those bugs. So that's proven to be efficient, but we were administering like in a pinpoint. And for the constructions and where there's a significant amount of damaged areas, it's not that good. Well, still we use it, and yeah, works out quite well. Also, I was referring to the Belarus State Technical University at the Wood Studies Department, and Vyacheslav Boris Zvягintsev recommended me to use the entrapment method. So the method is, I guess, so the planks, they are made from fresh wood. So the wood that is there on the monument, this is pine and oak. So we just put them, and the insects, then we will destroy those wood. So the amount of timber worms. So when we started looking at it, the function of those encashment, this is the fresh wood. These are the lags that are holding the structures. What do we need and what do we do? Periodically, see, that's the year 2007. We were replacing the rags. We were treating them. So theoretically, what do we need? We either get rid of this wood and replace it with other types of materials, or to replace it gradually so that there is no problem with timber worms. We need to also there's another problem. See here, here are the slopes of the excavation. Initially, it was like with steps, but in 40 years, these walls collapsed. So when we started examining, during the period of construction of the museum, this is the floor for the museum. If you are underneath it, this is ceiling of yours. So the wood that was used to hold it, and see some wooden parts, they are there in the concrete, and it is a problem. We have also found, see, quite many logs, something we were able to take out, but further down the line we need to run serious works to eliminate all of it. That's where timber worms live, and that was left there during the construction. A big problem in terms of how to take it out, but we will resolve it in one way or the other. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that in our museums, if the wood is used, if it's presented somewhere, the most important, not to use in the exposition something made out of wood. Because here we see that is the first exposition of 1982. Also, the displays are made of wood. There are elements later on the exposition, the second exposition. also wooden elements. And see the displays, they are, that before the re-exposition, the problem was the same timber worm. So they were there in that wood as well. When we re-exposed it, we renewed it, so we moved away from the wood. In the exhibition, you can see that the materials that I used, plastic, steel, glass, and gypsum boards. So we do our best to resolve it, so we don't have any problems. And I'd like to stop here, and I would like to tell you, well, I invite you to our museum, Berestye Museum, and when you will be in Belarus, you will have a part of our museum. This is our 5 Belarusian rubles, and here you can see the Berestye. Over here, there's a wheel of the 13th century. And thank you so much for your attention. Maybe you have any questions or something. If any, we'll be able to communicate, because here when delivering reports our time is quite limited. Just a couple of more minutes. So let me introduce the next speaker, and that will be Salmina Yelena and Kulakova Marina. They will tell on dendrochronological collection of excavation Luzhsky II and dynamics of the construction on the territory of the new Tarzhok in Pskov. So my report is dedicated not to the characteristics of the dendrochronological collection, but to how, with the dates under the different, we were able to examine the results of dendrological research. Pskov, located on the northeast, city located on northeast of our country, located in between two rivers, and by 16th century, and it had like 5 walls surrounding the city. And we will speak about this particular land plot that is highlighted. That's the territory of a new trading facility, a new fair trading spot. So when it joined the Moscow state in 1510, and from the middle side of the city, the city fair was removed. Before it was located by the Kremlin, and it was outlined. And we have acquired dendrochronological dates by the 14th century. But we didn't get any archaeological data in terms of the area of it. We are unaware of it. And it's different if we speak about the new fair area in so the new location was there, and as it was said in the Pskov region, so there was a street there, but there were no residential yards over there. So something have existed, or maybe it was planning to construct something, so the new fair was constructed there. And the excavations were done in 2011-2012. That was related to the construction of the premises for our dramatic theater of drama, and the area of excavations was more than 1,500 square meters, because they were tied to Luga Tower of Pskov. They were called Alushskie. And in that excavation, we have unveiled the wooden structures that we relate to the new town that was positioned there after 1510. That's how it looked, how it all started. And at the initial stage of the disclosure, the Union of Planning, that is the single complex. All of them had the same orientation. They were located very densely, and the logs, the quality of logs, allowed us to say about that it was a public building, and that can be of the. It was not a private construction. That was the city structure, and the city constructed it at a time. And as a result, we cleared everything. So the wood there was quite good. It was decent for dendrochronology, and the dating of it, we have accumulated the collection that allowed us to create the outcomes. But due to the fact that the topic is the new fair, so 92 of them related to your Turk. And I shall know that there was mainly pine, hardwood. There was only one log found made out of hardwood. So the stats is here. So traditionally for the Pskov collection, it is the samples of the first and the second age groups, so until up to 100 annual rings. And we had the first and the third age groups up to 150 annual rings, and the datings that were required, there were more, around 67%. We have outlined 3 types of it. These the structures and trading kiosks, plus the logs that were holding the roofs above those trading kiosks. So the peculiarity of the Pskov construction, the one that we have found on the collections from the previous excavations, the fact here is that it is possible to review not at every single structure, especially if it's a complex, but the collection as a whole and all the datings. And for the flooring from 1510 up to 1580, and for the other ones, as it is clear from the diagram, they were located from 1541 to 1580, and the peak is 1530. So it kind of matches, but not really matches. And the results of this dendrochronological dating allowed us to propose the version of the gradual construction of this site of a new fair in Pskov. So on the empty street, it was. So by the middle of the 15th century, the empty street was started with the construction over there. They were by the end of the 15th century, Drainages were constructed for the removal excess water. There was some like local improvement of the territory. We don't get any data from the drainage systems. And then when the decision was made, active construction starts, the one that we have found in the excavation site. But not all of the structures were made from the new wood. In flooring, there was a presence of the wooden details in construction and household was. They had a recurrent or secondary use, a bad quality of wood, and we can see so there was disassembly and assembly of the houses of the previous fair plus the usage of the items that were used previously on the old fair. Okay, I will stay within the timing, absolutely. So within the boundaries of the massive, there was an adjoining flooring that was adjoining, and initially we thought that this might be like a unified flooring, but as I have shown before, it dates back 1510 to 1580. And after looking carefully, the decision was made by myself and Yelena Vyacheslавna. So that was the process of creation of the new fair from 1510 up to 1580. And they were like, and by 1510, as a whole, the works were complete. And the notification of that was done in 1585 in the city record books. And it continued to the north, but how it continued we are unaware of it. And the total area of it was around 11 hectares. So I'm done here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention.
Вопрос?
We have a question, but we have very limited time. Thank you very much for your great report. Anyway, I have a question. What has become of everything you have dug up? Good question. What can become of them? You dig it up, you take some of it away, what you can for studies, and the rest you put it back in the ground, in the earth. Whatever can one do? Our center is mostly in the specializes in protection archaeology. Additional activities are hard to pursue. They were supposed to build that thing there I told you about, but they didn't. Okay, next report. Marina Sanivenkova and Yuri Chekmanev. The title: The Experience of Reconstruction of Textile Decor in Line with Ornament of Ceramics of Catacomb Cultures. Good afternoon. I thank the organizers, extend my gratitude to you for this conference and for organizing this conference and for giving me a chance to speak here. We'll be talking about the Bronze Age throughout our report, the Bronze Age and textile in southern forest steppes. It's a unique find there to find something like that in northern forest steppes, but because of the cord ornament found on ceramic items from the Bronze Age times in our region, Because we have found it, now we can recreate some textile technologies, and this graph compares some types of ornaments for monuments and sites from the catacombs times, and the cord is the relevant tendency here. It's the predominant tendency, I'd say, and the reconstruction and deep analysis, well, it all requires some examples: 9 vessels, 7 pots, and 2 smoking vessels from different burial sites. Those are known. Red Bank burial sites, the Hula pot from the Donetsk burial site, and the smoking vessel is from the Vlasov, Tagansk burial sites. The one and the second Bogucharsky burial site also offered us some gifts, so to say, from the. It's located right on the bank of the river. We copied the ornament using sculpture, plastic of 2 types, black and white, and then ceramic mass. You soak it up with water, the surface, and you get your mold. The vessel on the ornament on the vessel is the negative, so the mold gives you a more detailed view of the fibers of the cord ornaments, and to also trace some specific engineering features of it, if you will. These are presented from top to bottom, the pots. The cord ornament on the pot from the chest kurgan's burial site, is presented in this triangle composition, which I find unique. It was woven, so we traced everything. We could establish that this item had been made, and sewn upon a fabric base, and the edges of it bore traces of certain textile styles. And this is a cord with a base manufactured on 3 loads. It's not just an interwoven cord. It bears specific textile manufacturing techniques in terms of fabric and ornament, and very interesting. And the picture you see there shows a reconstruction. You make a mold, you reconstruct the cord based on it, and then you reconstruct the item itself. And we use a ceramic model that bears imprints, that gives us imprints. What's interesting here is the ornament that we obtained at the Zarechinsky burial site. We identified that it was sewn upon some wool base, because in between the imprinted cords on the surface of the vessels, the surface there in between was kind of rough. That is a sign of wool. And this and that's done. You can see it in the center. You see these circles emanating from there, and such ornaments are characteristic for the Donetsk catacomb culture, There are different cultural tendencies from North Caucasus as well on the northern Don River. And this would be an element of somewhere, some clothes. The third is a cockle ornament, threads in different knots with a double cord that's woven. And here we have a special pad or inlay of cords that were impressed into the body of the vessel. It was never sewn upon the clothes. Those are English, but these have festoons that were pretty geometrical. Can also be obtained by overlaying, but also by sewing it upon a surface. And this would be a good example of the fact that ornamentation was also sometimes imprinted by short little cords. In order to obtain knots, I think they used stamps, and the picture below shows a picture of knots that we used for stamp number 6, and those are pretty acceptable and good to work with. Vlasov ornamented cord with 3 loads intertwined. It's quite a twine there, and if you look at the leg of it, you will see that the fabric on the leg, when imprinted, the imprints kind of overlay each other, which is a random element, which just goes to show that this fabric was used during the Bronze Age for decoration of clothes, for headwear, probably. So it's quite often seen in textile. The one from the Tagansk burial site is ornamented by an intertwined double cord, and the outer surface of it has a more complex knot, much like the vessels extracted from this burial site. It's knot number 3 on 3 loads intertwined, interwoven, and this same ornament technique, the same ornament technique is seen on the pot that we extracted from this burial site. And well, the Boguchar vessel, even though it bears imprints of quite a complex cord, in between the imprints we can see the imprints of double cords that can be obtained, by knotting them across a stick, which makes for a good stamp to imitate some more sophisticated ornamentation or ornament. And our experiments analyzing the cord ornamentation found on Catapult culture vessels proved that it was possible to reconstruct the ornaments that were used on elements of clothing, and we cannot say what kind of elements those were. We could not identify that. They were wool-based, fabric-based, those clothes. This is what we can say. Bakrama was used, and woven clothing was also quite a common thing back then. And this brings me to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting report. Now, there being no questions, there is a question. Just a moment. We need to. Someone has a short question. What do you think these cords were made of? Was it some thick fur or something? About 1.5 years ago, our colleague from the Voronezh region, Alexei Surkov, was working on a burial site dating back to the Abashev culture, the Bronze Age, and he came across elements of jewelry, much like from the Marinsk burial sites from the 1950s, bearing elements of fur fabric. And since the animals that were sacrificed for burial sites were just small-sized cattle, it suggests that those were fur pieces of fabric. However, where we come from, it can be linen, because it occurs in steppe areas. But if you look at the economy behind it, those were shepherds, goat shepherds. So those should be or should have been goat fur. The next report is by Rashid Kantemirov, Lyudmila Gorlanova, Vladimir Bukharskych. The methods of collection and conservation of wood, of hardwood and pine from the peninsula of Yamal. Well, you see, you've been so active today. You know, it's been so fun in the past few days, such active discussions, and sometimes always there is someone coming up asking for some help, which is good. But first, I would like to start with an introduction into who we are and what we do. We represent a lab. We come from the Yamal Peninsula. About 60 years ago, Stepan Yatov, the founder of our lab, found lots of deposits of wood. Since 1982, in 1982, he started to collect it on a systematic basis. We joined the effort a bit later. In the past 40 years, about 20 expeditions have happened. Over 600 samples have been collected, and the result of this work is archaeologists spending 8,680 years. 80 years. It's the longest one for Russia, Asia, and the subarctic zone. It's an archaeological conference, so I want to tell you what we use it for. It's used for dating historical and archaeological artifacts. We worked with many exhibits from the Museum of Solikard, wooden artifacts, and we also dated the age when the mummy that's kept there was buried. We identified it by the wedges, and we've been out of this activity for a while, but our founder started this work in the 1960s. You know, our chronology is still used to date Sukubsk burial sites. Our interest lies in something else. These are our publications starting from October last year. The chronology we have developed is for climatic, polymedic reconstructions, carbon, radiocarbon research, and there is a poster outside this door about that. Reconstruction of extreme events and reconstruction of the change of the aerial spread of beavers. And conservation and reconstruction don't really come in here. Sometimes they're bad, damaging for when it comes to radiocarbon research. So I will tell you about how we conserve them and collect them. So we find a tree where it fell. This one died in 1905 AC. There is permafrost. It's hard to cut through it. We can't wait for it to for the permafrost to melt, right? So we find the ones that are washed up. We take it up, we cut it, and we used aluminum wires to tighten it. Then we do a second cut, and we obtained our sample. And we take a few samples, a few cuts. This is the cut. The color, then it becomes gray, and then we dry these up in the field. Those are for exhibition purposes. It was taken by Vladimir Kukarskih. It's a very popular picture on the internet. Mostly they're dried up like this. However, and whenever we take these samples to the lab, once we take these samples to the lab, they stay there drying, losing their capacity and volume. 5 to 10% of shrinkage is observed. Some rotten samples of birch, they do shrink up a lot, but hardwood doesn't really shrink. And the reason why we use aluminum wires is because we want to keep them stable during drying. And once they are dry, we use silicone hermetics sealant, an acid-based one, to fill up the cracks. The reason why it's so convenient is because if you use a sample constantly for different investigations, it's easier to remove this sealant. It doesn't get inside the wood, and even if it does get inside, you just remove 1 millimeter of the layer of the surface. Then we turn it upside down, and then we prepare everything for measuring the width of the circle. Sometimes we come across samples like this. Hardware sample that died over 6,500 years ago. You see, it was sharpened by a man. It's not people of the recent past that did it. In 1999, this sample was retrieved. We did take this sample. It's good for dating, but we can't analyze it any further. We lack the tools. Beavers. I mentioned beavers. And you see this sample, and on this sample you see the traces of beaver teeth. Once we dried it up, the traces were gone. I'm not sure if it's that important, but 10 years later, in 2009, we found an area where there was treated wood that bore traces of treatment. There were many of them. This would be very interesting because it bears. It's also sharpened poles, something that looks like skis, and the guys brought the whole of it to Yekaterinburg. So we don't want to deal with it. I asked the Solid archaeologist, and they showed, introduced me to the person in Yekaterinburg who could preserve these samples. In the spring of this year, we started taking inventory of this collection. I remembered about this guy, and I uncovered these samples that were covered with plastic. And then I gave them over to this guy. This is what remains of them. I think they're no longer good for any type of analysis, dendrological analysis, for example. We will try to make something of it. It's rare, but we rarely ask for help, but if we ever come across something like this, we would like to have your help. This conference has shown me what one should do, what one shouldn't do, and maybe those samples that we cannot analyze on our own, we should share them. Maybe we should share them so that we can make sure that this material is in safe hands. There being no more questions, let's continue. Let's make it quick. Obvious thing. It's an archaeological site. Maybe you should team up with archaeologists and make an application for a grant, dig it up, this site, and hire restorers. I mean, the archaeological things we find there, ceramics, or everything we've found has so far drawn no attention from archaeologists. I think they're keeping too busy. They're always way too busy, and they're never enthusiastic about dealing with our objects. But when you are taking them out of the slope, you're destroying this archaeological site. No, we do no digging. We just cut off a little pieces. Well, I think you should keep working on negotiating your terms with archaeologists. Ekaterina Kmetova, Evgenia Shaikudinova, pseudo-amorphous replacement of organic material in archaeological items from the first century, 1,000 years of our era, problems of conservation. Dear friends, dear participants, thank you for this conference. I've learned a lot of new things in the past few days. I would like to introduce you to my little experience in working with organic material. Like I said before, like my colleagues from UFA said, it's very rare that we find material made of organic fibers.
So, in my presentation, I would like to share with you on not the big ones, but the small works that we did on the materials from the excavation of Khlebinsky settlement. And this settlement is located in the Republic of Bashkortostan, of Iglinski district. The monument was opened in 1963, and the works are performed since 1964. It's happening periodically and delivered by various researchers. So the monument is quite big. In front of you can see the schematics, the schematic plan, and the location of this monument in relation to the city of Ufa. I won't spend too much time on the monument. It's just that I would like to say about the conditions of the deposition we will be reviewing the works that were done in 2021. I have taken part in those works and the excavations and cleaning of this burial ground in 2021. The excavation was not large, like so we have opened only 7 graves, but there was not much time because the most interesting materials are at the very end, and we are limited, come at the very end of the conference, and we are very limited in time, so I will do my best to be as quick as possible. So next to the monument, a gypsum excavation is there, and it was stopped, but that will give us the characteristics of the soil. The soil where the findings were occurring. So yeah, I'm a bit worried, sorry for that. So the first layer is grass, then about humus with 50 centimeters, then was a beige clay with limestone and gypsum. Well, you can see it. Here is the grave number 6. That was the most interesting one. We have opened it up on the last day, just the day before we had to leave. So the most interesting materials we have excavated from them. It was dry. The soil was extremely dry. And the summer of 2021 was extremely hot, and the temperature was around up to 35-40 degrees Celsius. So everything was over-dried, including the soil, the object, and the organic materials, and ourselves as well. So you can see the grave number 6. Here you can find there's a belt, a setting having the organic materials on it, and in the legs, that was a lady. Plus, there were cases for the braids. So I'd like to split the findings into 3 groups. The first one it relates to organic. These are pseudomorphous replacement, and it is part of the arrows. And then there was the wooden handles of the knives. The knives were fully mineralized. We have taken from the layer as follows. So we dried it with acetone, then 5% paraloid on top. So this doesn't go to the organics. And it was glued onto the 5% paraloid onto the napkins. And then it was removed with cutting underneath it. Pseudomorphous replacement was such a small, and that was a mirror. That was the buckle of the belt. And when we observed it closer in the CT lab, we noticed such remains, probably of the organic origin. The analysis have shown that that is fully replaced. The threads, we were unable to identify them though. The problem on the pseudomorphous replacements which was mentioned, and it's also noted in the name of the report. Well, the problem is that those pseudomorphous replacements, they're extremely fragile. So when we even clean it, it's very easy to destroy them with the brush. And we had to be extremely careful. So we deposited them into the paraloid solution. The other findings that was difficult compounds, these were the belt parts, part of the leather belts composed of complete sets, and the fragments from the in-depth layers. The main problems were the various layers of it, like applications, crackling of the soil, so that was like, you know, like a sandwich of everything. And we tried our best to take it in as monoliths. We were unable to assemble the belts as a result, but still, when we removed these monoliths in the city, we were able to identify how the layers were positioned. Where the underlay of the deceased body was there, and then there were the belts. They were located from the side of the back. Then there was a small belt, leather belt, and the two parts, the belt made out of two parts. So the most interesting object from over there was, and really wanted to work with the organic material, that was the, how it called, the cases for braids. The cases for braids were made out of the leather stripes, which so how it was located, there were pendants, additional pendants of the trapezia shape. So these were wrapped around like the leather case. We're able to identify the leather was not preserved because it just crashed. So we're cleaning it gradually, layer by layer. And there was the other complex aspect, is that bronze was very degraded, and the decision was made, it was very hot. The glue was drying momentarily, and we really wanted to remove them. We were able to remove the belts from there. So the previous analysis from the previous reports have given us the information that there was such belts, they were there, but no one was able to take them out in full. So only the bronze inlets were taken, and I want to tell you about this bronze inlet. There was a big hope that the leather would be alive, but the wonder didn't happen. So in selecting the methods, I was consulting with Olga Shvets, and I would like to thank her. So we did to work with PEGs of various concentrations, spirit and water, but the PEG didn't work out. From the leather, we started degrading the color. It started becoming velvety, the leather, and it started losing the color immediately. So the decision was made to stop dealing with this object and continue to work as with the steel object. So that is in the process of the selection on a small fragment. So we have selected a small fragment where we were complete, and the belt was quite good, but we didn't make it. We tried to remove it, but the quality We didn't like the quality of what we did, actually. And other works, we worked with metals. And the only thing I would like to say is just to straighten out those belts. We were able just dipping them with a spirit. These are the triangle and trapezius shaped pendulums, and that was the result. Yeah, I'll show you. And now I really wanted to give the floor to Evgenia Flurovna, as she will tell you the most important aspects, well, why we actually prepared this report. Very limited on time you are. Yekaterina, she did a significant share of job, and you can see the results of her just titanic labor. And everybody knows that with the archaeological samples, especially the organic ones, it's very difficult to work. And currently we do not have the possibility in Kazan to do the IR spectroscopy, but we have the Raman spectroscopy machine. But I have proposed the following suggestions. So the method is quite expensive, but it's simple in a way that it does not require any additional industrial preparation. When we really have decided to work with it, we got very good results on one of the buckles of the bag. So in between the metal slate and the leather bag, there was a layer of the glue, bone glue. Thanks to the Raman spectroscopy, we can find out what compound was used there, because a significant volume of the library of the spectrum, it's quite widely presented, and all of the spectrums can be taken from Raman library. Also, currently we work with the natural mass from the case that we found, and so the organic remains are way older than the glue, stone glue. It's thousands of years older than the glue, but we have found the fragmentation of these big molecules. However, thanks to the acquaintances, to the familiar peaks, there were fatty acids for this sample. It's a characteristics for them. So we will do our best to continue the work. So Raman spectroscopy is widely used and used effectively to find the organic remains and to identify them. And when Yekaterina came to me with such a question, we found out that she has a certain organic parts to it, and we have decided to deal with the research. And the Raman spectroscopy have shown us pseudo-amorphous replacement. There was a replacement of mineralogical part, and it was not preserved. So we found various sulfide groups, various coals, canal coals, and the comparison of the spectrums does not give us any additional information. So the organic part of it, from the point of view of the spectroscopy, was fully dissolved. So the only option as of today, we could bring it to the IC research, but for that I believe we need a good preparation of the probes before we deposit them into the machine. See, they are in fully dissolved organic matter. And also the replacement that have happened throughout the process. So the oxidation of the steel allowed us to have that. So practically, these are the organics that was restored by Ekaterina. It tells us that not always things that look like organics, well, it didn't allow us to preserve it. And that's it. That's everything that we wanted to present you with. Thea, thank you so much. And now we will listen to the next report that will be read by Konstantin Podolets. And the topic is X-ray tomography of the wooden teaware from the memorial house of academician Kurchatov. Yes, we can hear you. And as the result, yeah, we have the presentation. We'll listen to you carefully, but just stick within the timing. I will do my best to do it, and please start. Yes, hello. I cordially thank you for the possibility to deliver this presentation within the conference.
I'm representing a work that doesn't really fit into the topics of this conference, but you may still enjoy it. It's the work of a group of experts from the Kurchatov Institute. For a time, we have been applying our physical and natural scientific methods to study archaeological objects, mostly really covering metal objects, ceramic objects, wooden ones, and just a while ago we studied a wooden object of no archaeological value, however, and of course we respect the memory of the founder of our institute, Mr. Kurchatov, and the university still holds the house where he lived, and with the personal effects and the furniture. Including the gifts he got from different persons, including the teapot, along with the saucer, the spoons, and the tray, as that Igor Kurchatov received as a gift from a Chinese delegation, including 23 items actually that I have mentioned already. And so we wanted to see what they're made of, whether those had any defects, and whether these defects could be dealt with in order to preserve them. So we took a few items from this tea collection and X-rayed them to see what's inside, what they're made of, in simple language, in simple terms. Our university has this machine, which is an industrial X-ray, and it's a powerful thing. I gotta tell you, with many opportunities of visualization. It has 2 X-ray tubes for higher resolution, the other tube for X-raying large-sized objects. Very rich functionality, which can really help you out during your experiments. And this X-ray machine gave us scans of the structure of the items we had taken from the tea collection. And the first thing we saw was that the material was actually wood. You can tell by the characteristic porous structure of it, because there you see those yearly circles, annual circles, and you know, this is a wooden item covered with lacquer. Here we can see some traces or signs of preservation. There are some dents that have appeared while the item was being used by Mr. Kurchatov and his family, and some of them appeared during production. See, there's a dent and it's covered with lacquer. Anyway, the lacquer is black. On this side there is a layer of golden lacquer, and the tomographic scan really shows well or differentiates well the types of lacquer. So it's a two lacquer layer we're talking about here. We wanted to understand what kind of material was used. When you're working with a Chinese wooden metal, you would think of bamboo instantaneously. And we decided to take a piece of a bamboo stick. We bought a bamboo spoon, and we saw that their internal structure was completely different from the material that of the item that we had been inspecting. So not bamboo, obviously. The cup now. Here's a tomographic section, cross-section scan of the cup. You can see that the cup is made of wood. However, the cup itself is made of a different material, and there one can very clearly see the ornaments that makes up that covers some of the relief, or that makes up some protruding relief. Here's, which means you can tell or make out a lot of details. And the handle is made of the same material as the spoon. The cup is made out of textile. We see a layer of textile covered obviously with some adhesive resin, and on top of it there is a layer of lacquer. Here is the saucer. Wood with annual circles, and it's obviously a wooden structure. Here's the tray we also took for inspection. There you can see defects. Some of them are covered with wooden pieces. Some of the defects are covered with a layer of lacquer. So it's very obvious how this item was treated. And the funny thing here is, you can see here, the funniest thing you can see here is that the structure of the angles of this tray, and you see it's made up of a number of elements, and each and every wooden board, it's half round. In the middle there is an angular partition or insertion, and when it was being assembled it was tied together or put together by a pin that was there to hold together all the elements. When the tray was being put together, then the pin was taken out, while the hole was filled up with some mastica. This is a 3D model of the tray, which shows very well the ornament. This is what I wanted to show you. That's it. You can see that these items are mostly made of wood. The cup is made of textile material, and it's assembled of a number of elements. The handle is made of wood. You can tell what kind of assembly technique was used and the methods that were applied to fill up the defects or make up for the defects. This is just one of our works, and the idea behind it here is, since we were comparing it all against bamboo, but it's not bamboo, we want to know whether X-ray can be used to determine the type of wood, the sort of wood that makes up a certain item. That's it for me. Thank you very much, Konstantin. Any questions? We have a question, but make it quick, please. Make it snappy. Is it computer tomography? CT? CT is supposed to be 3D. It's a good question. A very good question. What is CT, computer tomography? What is the difference between 3D? CT, right? CT, computer tomography. It doesn't build 3D. First it gets a projection. Then the projection obtained, or the projections obtained. We can't hear you. Yeah, please keep speaking. Then a software is used to reconstruct the item based on the projections, and the next phase, the next software used is used for 3D model generation, and these 3D models, I've showed you some 3D models actually of cups and of a tray, but I assure you that these 3D models give you very little information. So if you want to really study something, investigate something, you need to take a good look at it from every angle, to look at the singular sections, so that you can understand what you can do later. So it's a very complicated process, and this 3D representation is just the tip of the iceberg, and it goes way deep, the lower part of the iceberg. Yes, we've done a CT. CTs are used for humans, but we develop a special software used for objects, which allow you to rotate your objects in this software. Great, thank you very much. Applause. Now, I give the floor to Bulat Bakirov, Neutronic Tomography for Studies of Cultural Heritage Objects.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Bulat. I'm the postgrad of the Kazan Federal University at the Institute of Physics, and currently I work in the United Institute of Nuclear Research, where I deal with neutron tomography to study the objects of the cultural heritage. And I would like to tell you how to use it for the study of the archaeology of wood. We didn't have extensive experience before. We were dealing with metals and ceramics. So I have prepared a report where this can be used in terms of study of the wood. To start with, well, why it might be of interest to study the archaeological objects with neutrons. So in comparison to the traditional X-ray methods, so in the first place, it is that neutrons, they interact not with the electronic, not with electrons, but with nucleus, but they don't have its own charge. Consequently, their penetrating ability is very high. Thus, we can study with the non-destructive methods without the preliminary preparation of the samples. Plus, it's a non-linear dependency of the neutrons with the atomic numbers. Say for the X-ray, the light elements, it cannot really split with them. But as for neutrons, such elements as hydrogen, it interacts way higher than the sea. There's a rose submerged into the container made out of plumbum, so we can clearly see it. And classical examples where the neutron tomography can be used, say for instance, that is the replacement of water with a heavy water, because they have very good contrast, not for different elements, but for various isotopes of the same element. We can see how heavy water with deuterium, how it is distributed along the plant. And we can observe it even in the real time. We can also find concealed elements, structural elements inside the archaeological objects that are non-visible on the X-ray. Like on the recent examples, the X-ray, you can see the steel, and for neutrons, this is the better, the gunpowder is the, considering what I have said before, in many neutron centers, the units are being constructed for the neutron visualization and neutron tomography, particularly on our reactor MR2 in Dubna on the channel 14. We have constructed the unit for the neutron visualization, and it is made of the detector system from sensor that transforms it into the light, the camera, and the set of mirrors is the field of view, 20 by 20 centimeters. That is the maximum of the object that we can research. And the resolution, 250 micrometers resolution. With regards to the research of the archaeological wood, well, the wood is made of carbon, oxygen and hydrogen and some admixtures. However, due to the high interaction, the 90% of contrast for the wood is given by hydrogen, because neutrons, they contrast well on hydrogen. So it makes it complex to study the one on one hand. But we can get a good radiographic contrast, and through identifying the weakening coefficient, we can understand the density. We can also demonstrate the permeability of various liquids. Here, depending on the coefficient of weakening of the traditions. So we have studied various tropical trees with different density of wood, and consequently it matches with experiments, and it tells us that with weakening the neutron beam, we can study the wood, and we can identify the wood, and we can understand the density of the objects made out of wood. And on the central picture you can see a number of radiographic projections, cross sections of the wood. We can see annual rings very well, and plus we can see the contrast for the neighboring two rings. As I have said, we can study the penetration of the liquids. The first picture is the penetration of the water, and these samples were placed into the damp environment or into the damp air, and we can see that over time on the surface of wood we can see the water penetrating it. That adds contrast, and we see how it penetrates. Also the permeability, the penetrating ability, we can see how PEG, so the brighter it is, the higher the concentration in the middle of the slide. So 10 weeks after, pretty much all of the sample is filled with PEG. Epoxy resin also we can see on the permeability. So when the sample is there and the capillaries are oriented vertically, it penetrates higher, it penetrates quicker. We can visualize it in time, the process of penetration of the compound or the epoxy resin, and control this process subsequently. So the real use, this is the study of various wooden statues from one of the churches in Germany. So these are the statues aged 200 years ago. They were visualized with various structural elements, as well as the traces of the penetration of insects. Small channels, small dots. This is the result of the activity of the insects. And the fragment of the wooden sheet that was filled with epoxy resin, we can see and we can visualize it over time, how it was distributing across it. Outcomes. Neutrons allow us to get additional data, adding to the traditional methods, and it is quite unique. Also, we can see the potential in the research of the archaeological wood and the visualization, say the penetration of liquids when drying, when it is in the damp environment, and to identify the preservance, state of preservance of various archaeological items. There is a question. Yes? Well, I'm very interested that you can identify the density of the wood, and I would like to hear, because the density, as for the wood, especially archaeological wood, the difference can be 1.5 or even 2 times. So practically, how do you deal with it? In your unit, say you put a certain sample into it. Do you go like bits by bits, or you work with certain data? So 250 micrometers, so 1/4 of a millimeter, we get the data on how and this data mathematically can be recalculated into the data on density. So, thank you so much. Similar device we were searching for, and we still use the X-ray and the CT. It not always matches. What is the volume that you can take? Your device, you're giving great quality, and we can do the 3D modeling on that. These are not our results. This is the review of the literature I have provided here with regards to the hour unit. The dimension is limited by 20 centimeters, 20 by 20 centimeters. That is the maximum dimension. Say like a big volume of artifacts. Can we move it? So gradually we can scan them, but in one time it's 20 by 20 centimeter. So it's not in the specific chamber. So artifact. It's just they're positioned on the table. Yeah, it is clear, so we can like use it as a nuclear scanner or something. So the unit, it is covered, and you cannot enter there. So it's ensuring people's safety. So under the cap, there's a special protective cap, and we move the sample whilst it is under the cap. So the maximum, I mean, the maximum radiation. Of course, we won't fit the whole wood there, but just by the fragments. Bulat, thank you. And now I invite Alexei Karpukhin, Lydia Gritsenko, and Maxim Cherkov, and Belichenko Alexei, and the representative of this group with the topic the results of dendrochronological studies of the wood from the cultural layer of the city of Arkhangelsk on the archaeological excavations performed in 2021-2022.
Okay, there you go. Dear colleagues, I'll be delivering the first part, the archaeological part of our report. The colleagues of the Department of Preservation of Archaeological Heritage of the Institution of the Russian Academy of Sciences has been working with archaeological sites in the city of Arkhangelsk. The works we've done have uncovered waterlogged layers with organic material, allowing for collection of samples from remaining wooden structures for dendrochronological samples, to gather dates on the structures, on the cultural layer, on the type of wood. The sections were taken from intact structures and their architectural elements. Two samples come from Shurf 2, studied in 2018 during an archaeological survey at the beer plant of Arkhangelsk, headed by Marina Berezhekina. The cuts were taken from fragments of the structure, birch log, pine log. It looks like this. It's located on pillars. From the edge of the log or from the edge of the pillar piling, they took samples. 3 cuts from this sample 3. In 2020, on the territory of the Theater of Drama under Alexander Zephyr, they took cuts from fragments of a ruined structure represented by 3 pine logs located one on another, and another log perpendicular to them, protruding to the north of the pit. They bear signs of treatment. One of the edges is sharp, the middle log planed. They have holes in them with 2 wedges in them, the main one and the lengthening one. And it connected it to the monolith of black Serlik. It's the foundation of a fortress in Arkhangelsk, located in the territory of the park of the Theater of Drama in the 17th, 18th centuries. We took cuts from the bottoms of the lower log and the middle log. 26 samples come from the site excavations of 2020 when they were building as a residential house there under Alexander Suvorov. They come from a structure interpreted as the foundation of the wooden wall of the famous Arkhangelsk monastery. We have wreaths of logs connected between each other, and in the center there were pillars, columns that held the logs and the roof, and this is what it looks like. And you see the logs, beams, upon which you see the underlying structures. The upper part of it had traces of resin, so it was an inner structure. Cuts were taken from the longitudinal logs of everything we had there, including the pillars. 8 samples were obtained during archaeological excavations during the restoration of a cinema building under Vladimir Surkov. The cuts of the 3 buildings are marked on this map. The fragments protruding from the pit are made up of 3 overlaying logs. 1 cut was taken from the edge of the first upper log. Structure 50. Log structure, rectangular, located on logs. First, it's logs on pillars. 4 samples were taken. I think it was a residential structure. Building 69, rectangular logs, or a square-shaped one. A cut from the log of the lower wreath of the structure was taken. It was a shed, most likely. Some gender chronological remarks are due on my part. This was the first series of samples from Arkhangelsk that came to our lab, and before that, the wood, we didn't have any wood from the city. A picture showing the wood chronologies near Arkhangelsk. Green marks contemporary wood from international data sources. The exception would be the chronology from the Institute of Geography near Polozhsky. Arkhangelsk Oblast and Karelia show here sites, archaeological sites, whose samples were processed by the lab of the Institute of Archaeology. Just a picture showing the data. And now let's look at the chronology behind these architectural monuments. They've been published in 2 publications by Natalia Chernych and Nadezhda Sergeyeva in peer-reviewed sources. In the past few years, on their basis, we've been translating these chronologies into e-form. Treatment now, sample treatment. We measured every sample based on 2 radii on this Lintab machine, and then we treated them. Then the 2 radii were visualized as curves, so they were put against each other to get some, average figures or values for each of the samples we had analyzed. Please note that the slides that showed no dates relate to this mysterious thing. It's the wall of the monastery we mentioned. 1636, there was a fire, and the monastery burned down. Then it was moved to another location. They started building it again. The data that has come into my possession shows where this monastery is, and the monastery is shown in the red part of the slide. Once it was built on a different spot, up until 1811, there was a wooden fence, and then a stone fence came. It lasted 150 years, and it's a long time for a wooden structure, but still, it is what it is. And the wood of this structure helped us build relative chronologies based on 17 samples. And this is just in short, again, like these wood chronologies, they are marked by yellow, and all of these datings have been verified, have been confirmed against a number of chronologists. A chronological comparison here, how the chronology we obtained compares to the historical records on the monastery. Dating now in chronology. All of these 17 samples were put together into a separate file, and then of a specific format, and then all the chronologists followed suit. We did the same to them, and then we just ran them through, all of them, against these chronologists, and we were following this shift in the chronology, this zero shift, and where most or all of the samples showed this shift when we were putting them against each other. And please hold your horses with criticism. Chronology. Again, this result is not unexpected, I would say, because I always draw attention to the fact that there is a stereotype against late dates. But it's very funny when we get a series of dates for one single structure. But how do we establish its date of structure? Construction is here. Here we see the quantitative prevalence. But in the left we see this shift. So it's only one gender date, usually. How do you date it? 1649 or 1688? How do you date it? Another structure with some spread dates. In this log, the structure was made of fir tree, the rest pine. It was also part of the monastery wall. We've published this, but I want to introduce you to this again. We try to assess the spread of dates within, in relation to a structure where this structure has some previous dates confirmed in 40% of cases. I want to tell you, the gender dates are gonna be vague within, tens, like decades, basically, a number of decades. So it's hard to pinpoint the exact decade or the exact year. I think I mentioned this in Sviyask last year. There is this gender chronological domain called the identification of sources of wood, which is used abroad, especially when you are lifting bolts from underwater. So this a series of chronologies is compared against your sample, and quantitatively you assess the degree of likeness between the two types of woods. A mutual work showing an attempts to find the origins, to determine the origins and the dates of Spitzbergen wood. So we try to do the same for the Arkhangelsk wall. I want to tell you that different criteria are used and different treatment methods are used. Here is the coefficient of the degree of variability that is used. Makes sense, right? Correlation now. CRC. Same actions, different coefficient. T-value. It's just here we're playing with the measurement or evaluation coefficient. Very interesting. Very curious, because people quite often say that some things, they're very sure about their dates, but I would like to cast doubt on that, because the degree of likeness of wood it should be double-checked. Well, those conclusions that, based on some of your work in comparing two types of wood, you know where some sort of wood has come from or came from, would be too bold. Thank you very much. Okay, we have the last report. Online speaker Evgeny Noskov on the opportunities of use of climatic containers for preventive conservation of organic material. I hope you can hear us. Good evening, colleagues. We can
Hello, I do
see
hope that you can hear me well. Yeah, and we can see your presentation, so please, you're welcome. The possibility to use the climatic containers for preventive conservation of the organic materials. First of all, we need to identify what is preventive conservation and how it is different from the restoration. Preventive conservation, that is the creation of the conditions to preserve the monument, to protect it from harmful effects or any factors that might affect it. So here is the analogy of the Hippocrates. It's better to eliminate the illness, or to prevent the illness rather than to treat it. So we need to create the storage for the storage as a whole. If the objects of they refer to a similar type, then we need same storage conditions for them. So the main factors of the aging of the artifacts can be identified, and then we can identify how we can affect it. So I shall note that it is impossible to avoid all of the negative factors, because some of these factors, they represent matters of storage, such as paint, pigment, ink implied onto paper can affect it. You can, well, the factors we will position them as how they grow. The humidity, one of the main parameters that can be regulated. The shifts, rapid shifts in humidity are of the utmost dangers, like seasonal fluctuations, like presence of heating elements in place, etc. Plus, we should consider that increased humidity affects the development of the microorganisms that harm our objects. Temperature. Very often, this is the main parameters that has to be controlled and regulated when storing the museum objects. But the more effect to the preservation is the light pollution. So the increase of the temperature from 20 up to 25 degrees at the same relative humidity increases the speed of degradation of cellulose by 2.5 times. Light. There are methods of aging paper using the light. It shall be noted that the most destructible ones is within the range of 300 to 400, the UV, I mean. So the presence of the oxides and carbon, which is the most important for the large cities, as well as these are the main factors. Plus, the documents, paper-based documents, are aging quite naturally, and the paper is degrading, and through the processes happening in the cellulose and many organic materials, the items are being organized that serve as the catalytic agents, consequently speeding up the destruction of the monument. So we need to create the conditions when it would be possible to neutralize the oxidants that appear at the degradation of the cellulose. These are the main factors of negative aspects. So within the preventive conservation, so the elimination of those dangers. So let's have a look at the life cycle of the monument. It was created. Its life cycle, let's have a look at it. Maybe it was not valuable at a time. So nothing was done to preserve it and to conserve it. Years have passed. It was growing, it was aging, it was facing the process, and the founder have found that there's a valuable, actually that needs to be preserved in the time and to prolong its state and existence. First of all, we need to have the events to avoid the negative effect from the surroundings onto this monument. It has its own requirements on storage, but the majority of them fall under the following category. So avoid the light, especially with a large. So put it into the decreased temperature 15 to 18 degrees. That will have a positive effect, and it will decrease the development of the microorganisms to set a stable humidity at around 50 to 55%. But a whole range of objects requires the decreased humidity. These are mummies, corroded metals. But the most important requirement is the absence of significant shifts in temperature, and to provide significant exchange of oxygen for the cellulose. One of the use of specialized containers from the cardboard that has to be placed with the temperature of the decreased temperature without access of people. On the market, we have quite many proposals of the acid-free cardboard. The technology have changed. Pretty much all of the cardboard, we can call it as acid-free, and the producers use it. But I'm speaking about specialized cardboards that is different from the mass proposal on the market. As of September 1st, 2022, that's the GOST 70084. And our company was the developer of this GOST, of this state standard, and I would like to thank everybody who helped us in developing it and have taken part in this work, who was approving everything, was providing the recommendations, well-reasoned recommendations, or criticizing everything. These are leading archives and libraries of the Russian Federation. This GOST is not limited to competition on the market, but it gives you the true tool to give you the good that you need without getting the non-acidic cardboard, which is quite acidic, which is unsuitable for the conservation. Container made out of the acid-free cardboard. It has to be safe for the storage of the material. Do not harm it. So it's made of cellulose. It must provide good air exchange to to eliminate this to get it needs to be pH neutral, but has the pH reserve to neutralize oxides. Doesn't have the recycled paper because the recycle is made of the low quality cellulose. Has the residues of ink and the chloride is used. So this ingredient, it's just impossible to use it. However, such a requirement contradicts the world-renowned practice and concept of the preservation of the environment. The whole world does to recycle it. But I can propose, but to preserve the monuments, we really can allow the limited usage of cardboard without the recycled paper. Plus, the container must have a good mechanical, various mechanical properties for it to maintain the form. The other one is for the artifacts on paper, documents, papers, and others. When developing the structures of the cone, we need to avoid the usage of any additional materials, like leathering, gluing of the paper, etc., because these materials, they contain the compounds and items which are, it's unacceptable to introduce to the area of storage. They have like whitening elements, bleaching elements. Vatman is bleached with, hard paper is bleached with chloride, so it needs to be made out of cardboard. Has to be very rigid. Of course, when storing big format, we had to glue it together, but we need to do our best. So it looks quite aesthetically, some from a point of design and beauty. It doesn't need any decorative elements. We shall remember of its important like preventive conservation. On the QR code, you can get additional information. And I would like to add here on the restoration, on the items from the organic material. Each one requires a separate approach on the basis of the Restoration Council. And here, I can deal with the equipment. The correct lighting is important. We need to protect the windows from UV. Usage of the protective film is quite successful. To eliminate the UV inside it, we need to have various sources of light. First of all, daylight, close to 5,000 kelvins. We need to have the illumination lights with a high index CRI of higher than 98. The items will be exposed with a warm light. So we need to have this light like that. There are units that join these parameters. All of that will allow us to run the restoration at the highest possible level and reach the desired result within the minimum time. The equipment of the workshops can be done by the specialists, and they can select on the tools. And as for the heads of the institutions, we need to understand the most important is that they can affect is the staff, the most valuable, the restorers, this storage people, and providing them with good, well-organized spaces. It will give us, it will work for the best. Then it goes for the display. There is an opinion that the best maintainability gives digitalization, creation of the electronic copy of high quality, and demonstration of this copy at the exposition instead of the exposition, while it will be stored in the good conditions. But it's a matter of discussion. We won't touch on that. How do you provide the best conditions made out of the organic materials, considering the organic factors that we have mentioned? We need to isolate it from the daylight. I have seen the projects of the historical premises, where the exposition hall, they have huge, magnificent windows. It looks really great. And it's great for public spaces, but the exposition, it's not working for the expositions. The maximum illumination of the light must not be higher than 15 lux. So they can be stored also in the drawers. We need to use also the protective light from OMA True View, from OMA company. You must have heard the recent cases of vandalism in the European museums when the activists were pouring food onto the paintings of world-renowned paintings. So none of the painting houses have suffered because they were protected with such glasses. Plus, it has the anti-statics effect. This is important for degrading artifacts. If we are impossible to provide the stable level and everywhere, so we need to have the display shelves and displays with climatic, so mini climater. It's there and it sets the humidity level. The passive is usage of the special cassettes like the ProSorb, which initially are charged onto certain from 40 to 60%, and they work like a buffer. They take what they don't need. That's a prolonged process, but it does not depend on the electricity and the presence of the external factors. Under the rules, at night it is switched off, and the active microclimate units, they get switched off. The optimum proposal is to use the combined methods. So we install the active climate and we put the ProSorb cassette that allows us to maintain the density level or maintain the humidity level at night and at day, thus not harming the items. Plus the illumination inside the display, any source of light increases the temperature. Even the modern LED technologies, they still increase the temperature a little bit. It's not the most important parameter affecting the maintainability of the objects. When it is closed inside the display, increase of the temperature will bring the changes in the humidity levels, even if it has the active climate conditions today, or the fiber optic source of illumination can be used. And in some cases, when placing number of illuminators on the ceiling of the display, we need to provide a good discharge of the heat. So these are not for the trading equipment, but for the specialized display boxes. So there are drivers with horizontal location. It allows to such a matter of the exposition is the best for the originals. Various configurations are also on the photos provided. Thank you so much. For you, should you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. And I would like to thank everyone for the patience to wait until the end of the conference. You're all guys heroes. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I would like to thank all of the organizers. That was a great event. And now I would like to thank the participants of the conference, including the participants of our session. We worked very well, and we are now finishing on the optimum time. And I would like to give the floor to the administration and the organizers. Dear friends, our conference is coming to its logical end, and I would like to give the floor now to some colleagues. Vice President of the ICOMOS committee, Mr. Rafael Valeev. Couple of words, please. Dear colleagues, if you allow me, I won't go up the stage, I'll just stay here. I'm very happy that Kazan, that has a very good restoration school, good architects, good restorators, and after Moscow and St. Petersburg, we are the center where the school appears. The school appears, well, of a movable moving objects, movable cultural objects, School of Restoration, and before it was related to the museums where there were people, outstanding restorers worked. And the process when there is a procedure of licensing, procedure of certification, of obtaining those documents, thanks to which you are highly demanded Russia-wide. There's a unique possibility appeared to prepare the staff. Well, Institute of Grabar, Institute of Restoration, there were many of our museums, the museum that they restored there in Tatarstan. Now we can prepare the stuff here locally in Kazan, and this is good. Today, thanks to the system of master's studies, we can do it. And I would like to say that in this procedure, it's very important to use the potential that we acquired, because you are not being born as the restorer. And I want to remember the charity of Venice, do not harm, and it was related to the architecture. And from the point of view of the monuments, well, this event really refers to us. I'm very happy that you spent very active 3 days with us. We just came from Kazakhstan with my colleagues. We have visited the city of Turkestan, which is the center of the Turkic world, a mausoleum of Ujiyev Ahmet Yasavi, and I can say that this is the event that can be distributed, and thanks to this conference that we are finalizing. And we're not finalizing it, we're continuing it, because tomorrow you'll be visiting Sviarsk, and then you'll be visiting Bulgar, and you'll be able to see what we have. And the most important is the uniqueness of our situation. It resides in the fact that thanks to this conference, we were capable of seeing those people with whom we can continue our cooperation. And this is of the utmost importance, because the principle of the restoration, especially of the organic materials such as Museum of Wood, it becomes possible if there are people that want and can work with their hands. So the specialists that have experience and have the extensive knowledge and can turn it into a miracle. And I can say that for the creation of the Restoration School of Kazan here in Kazan and Russia-wide, it played a significant role. Well, we need to reach an agreement that we would run such conferences on a regular basis. And then everything will work out, I believe. Yes, I thank you so much. I want to thank you, cordially thank you. Bigzur Rahmat, that was said in Tatar, and I know some other Turkic languages, and a great Russian language. Come again, come again. And it will be to the best of ours, and everything will work out, because there are professionals like we are, and we have Artyom here, and there's a museum reserve. Town island of Sviarsk. It was inscribed into the UNESCO World Heritage List. And plus we have the Kazan Federal University. And we are the ones that we can, and we really want. And I would like to invite Mr. Khairudinov, the head of the Institute of Foreign Relations from Kazan Federal University. Dear colleagues, dear friends, any event, even as successful as this conference, it starts and it completes It's just the matter of communication. Creativity is endless. And here I would like to get to know that we, after getting acquainted with each other, with methods and technologies that we have proposed and shared on the way that we have underwent in the organizations and creative unions, that's the educational facilities, all of that proposes, well, there is a community to do new scientific breakthrough in the disciplines that we represent, such as restoration, museification, display, and preservation. And I can say that in the sections and separate sections, the work was going on, and thanks to the fact that we have attracted a serious attention of authorities to this aspect and the wide publicity, we have reached very good results here, and there is a support from the mentor Mir Shaimiev. He was at the opening, and from the administration of the Republic. Yesterday we've spoken with the heads of the Kazan Federal University, and there is an understanding that the direction that is being developed in Kazan and the Kazan Federal University, thanks to you, it gets new capabilities, new resources, new objects for study. And I would like to thank you in the first place, and thanks to this great level that you represent, not only in the regions, not only in the Republic of Tatarstan, but the scientific knowledge in Russia is being developed. Well, our communication becomes the tradition because part of the colleagues come really regularly, and I have said it, and within the opening here in Tatarstan there is a very good tradition, and everything is interconnected. That is the academical science and the museum communities and the universities and the colleagues. We all represent the community that allows us to solve big and important tasks. I cordially thank you for the invitation, for participation, and I do hope that we'll meet again soon. Thank you so much, and I would like to remind you that we invite using, so please send the reports for the publication in the magazine of Mid-Volga Archaeology, and we're waiting on your reports. Tomorrow we go to the town island of Sviazhsk, the day after tomorrow to Bulgar, and tomorrow after visiting Sviazhsk we await you on our dinner. I shall clarify that there is no dress code. Plus, as far as I understand, our colleagues from St. Petersburg, once again, they will start dancing, and we need to feel comfortable once again. And I really want to say that, in my opinion, in the opinion of my colleagues, it is a good platform for the discussion and for the interaction and for the discussion of mutual reports. We have discussed, well, the group on ICOM, there is a plan. We will think maybe once in 2 years to run it, or once in 3 years, because in 2 years there will be new achievements in 2 or 3 years, and we can share. So that would be the format, and I would like to congratulate you with the successful completion of the so-called business program of our conference. And then there'll be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we'll go on tours, and organization-wise, Rima Radifna, she will say what we shall expect. Artyom, thank you so much. Well, the Museum Reserve of Town Island of Sviazhsk organizes your program, the stay here on the territory of our republic. You have seen Kazan. Yesterday, the guides were requested, so that put accent for those who went to the city excursion, were Now I guess you are oriented in our city. So that is the space that is called Кольцо. That is the very beginning of the Baumana Street. On the clock, every Kazan person will tell you where you need to gather. So it starts at 9:40 tomorrow morning. So you'll have time to have a look at the city, to buy maybe some souvenirs. And 9:40 at 10 o'clock we go to Sviazhsk. In Sviazhsk we have a program. We'll visit the objects, visit 2 museums, and then we come back to the city and we go to the dinner, to the Tatarskaya Usадьба restaurant or Tatar Manor House restaurant. So at 10 o'clock the buses leave for Sviazhsk. Get oriented towards myself and Ksenia, who were, writing you down to the city excursion. On the 5th of November, we go to the Bulgar. We also met in the same area, but on the other side of the driveway, right opposite the Tatarstan Hotel. We leave very early at 8 o'clock. At 7:40, please be there. While we're there at the dinner, I'll remind you once again so that you will surely not miss it. And get dressed warmed. In Sviazhsk and Bulgar will be walking around the street, so please dress up in warm clothes. And in Bulgar, we come back around 7 p.m. or even 8 p.m. But please consider how you're going to live. If you're planning to go with suitcases, and you will go directly to the airport, but make sure in which bus you are, because only one bus will go back to the railroad, to the central one. In Kazan there are 2 railroad stations, Kazan 1 and Kazan 2. If it is required, we will move people to Kazan 1 railroad station. But before you sit down, please let us know if you're misunderstood. Ksenia. If for you the geography of the city is still a mystery, Ksenia, she has a printout with the Yandex maps. She will show you the point on the map. Well, as of today, there was an exclusive excursion. And there was a great. So over this part of our cultural part, the representatives of the Kazan Federal University will be in charge, and one of the organizers of this conference is the Institute of Archaeology, named after Alfred Khalikov. So get oriented towards the lady in red, who will meet you in the foyer. And she has 25 people on her list. And so you will see the study labs of the Kazan Federal University. A small note to the people that reside in the Grand Hotel Kazan. If you wish to come to the Кольцо, you can leave it. These are the organizational matters. So thanks everyone. That's it. All done.
Давили.